Hey guys, how you doing? Just a few minutes late here. Don't know how that happened. Yeah, I do. Okay, so these went over a few procedural questions to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Nothing major happened, and here we are. So, how are y'all doing this morning? Um, Big night last night. In case you missed it, there's a lot of um, oh, I gotta find a different feed. I don't have the courthouse feed. Sorry. A lot of um, the Pennsylvania Spider-Man dude. You know what I'm talking about? Man, they were hot on his trail last night. It was something else, that's for sure. They Man, they called in. It was like 11 o'clock, and I see that all the stuff's happening. He's on, and they're calling in the EMTs, and then the emergency response teams as well. So it sounds like it's kind of like a SWAT team, and also a uh, who are the of course medical EMTs medical. But anyway, came rushing into the scenes. They had like every state trooper out there, and found out the what's the guy's name? Brazilio man. Brazilio man does whatever a spider can. That guy. Um, there was a homeowner had shot at him 7 times, but the guy also got away with what sounds like a 10-22, which is a Ruger 10. It's a 10 round semi-automatic 22 long rifle. They said it has a scope, so you know, whatever. Uh, But anyway, I have not heard the latest this morning to see if he got caught because I fell asleep at 2 a.m. listening to that nonsense. I was like, oh my gosh, I should be live right now. Never ends. Never ends. Miami Spice, how are you doing? Rabbit, happy birthday to you. Jim No Filter, how are you? Squad Bob. Christine, how are you doing? Fortunate. Is that how you say it? Fortunato? Fortunato? I'm already butchering names. It's gonna be a good day. Tia, how are you doing? Oh crud! I gotta find this. Mm. Yeah, I gotta find a different feed. So the free um, ozone people are up, which I mean that's fine. I understand that. We're still here because of a constitutional issue, and that's why we're gonna be here. Um, for the layperson, this looks like a no problem. Easy. Oh, what's that one? And what's that one? Oh, where's that one from? Oh, we're gonna do this one. There's several different feeds. Okay. Anyway, for the layperson, this seems like a. Hang on. Um, I just found out that our friend Meme Copium may be dropping a group of people off. If he does, that is awesome. Meme's a great person. You guys, if he doesn't, that's fine. But Meme is a great person, guys. So be sure and, uh, as always, Meme's a person you should be following. He lives in Japan, and this is the time of day. He is up. He's done with his show by now, and that's so awesome. There's a lot of creators that they base their times off of East Coast time. I know that's the low hanging fruit. You're like, oh, everything's at the majority of the U.S. population, it's like 40 some percent, lives in the Eastern time zone. I don't know why everybody in the world does it though, but that's the way it happens. I do it, my show, based on the Eastern time zone because I live in the Eastern time zone. If I lived in another time zone, I would do it based on that time zone. because you're going to be picking up people that they have no content, you know? And so you're going to there's a whole group of people. People don't sleep. It's a 24-hour show. So anyway, with that, oh man, I got to catch up to you guys. Hey, Old Line Red, how are you? Twisted Bunny, what's up? Sea Souter, how are you doing? This is where I am. In the comments, I just slid down, went fast. MLS, awesome. All right, so we are here, guys. Meme Copium, great guy, love him to death. Guys, please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe, because we're getting a couple days of trial left. Oh, hang on here. Let's see. Make sure you got the volume on. And this is a good judge, too. He's kind of close to retirement, which hopefully he doesn't. Judges have an uncanny ability to not retire, and I like that. Of course, guys, I'm not a fan of retirement anyway. Judge Raul Zambrano. I'm going to... Let's see here. Is this him? Yeah. We're going to add him up here. Oh, sweet. All right. So, I'm going to add him. If you're over in Discord, this is the judge for this trial. Go over to the... I put up a new thing called Ozone Wallace. Ozone is the gang name.
They're not working?
Maybe. For our defendant.
Are you going to be using the TV?
Yes, sir.
It's not on.
No, sir, it's not.
Well, I don't know what's...
Yes, sir.
Same with that one over there. I don't really know.
I love when judges do something like that. It's like, are you going to be using the TV? Yes, sir. Well, it's not on. Oh, well,
Can you call them?
anyway.
Oh, there it is. It's on.
Eris, how are you doing today? Sean D. Sarcasm, how you doing, brother? I haven't seen any tents. Miami Spice told me the other night, she's like, I think they're going to get that guy in Pennsylvania. I was like, how do you know? She said, they're setting up tents. I was like, that's our girl. So, Bobby Bologna, how are you doing this morning? Man, I could go for a fried bologna sandwich right about now. Shizzy! You know, when stuff like this happens, I end up spending more time with Shizzy than I do my own family. So you guys figure that out. Mike Hunt, how are you doing, sir?
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and
Passed over a
gentlemen.
bunch of people
Did
again.
you all become aware of
Sorry.
any facts about this case?
Crafting Emily, how are you
Related to
doing?
the case while you were away from the courtroom? All right, thank you. State called your next matter.
That is a great analogy. I like
Okay,
that.
yeah.
Darn
We
it,
have IT coming
1804.
to fix that one.
That is great.
All right, state called your next witness.
All right, hold on. All right, so they're calling him up now as the witness for the trial of Ozone Wallace. I'm going to use the heck out of his nickname because you don't get many people you to call Ozone. I'm also going to be looking for another feed, so I have a backup. I don't like where that one is. Yeah, I like being down there in the empty spot. I hope you all slept well. I hope you have a refreshing drink. I'm on. You guys can hear me. Let me know if I need to do something. I love you guys. This is the trial of Othal Wallace, Ozone, out of Daytona Beach, Florida, where he shot, nerfed. He
Please
nerfed
state your entire name and
the
spell it for
police
the court
officer,
reporter.
Christian Batella, CHRISTIAN.
but he was pulled over. The defense is claiming self-defense.
And sir, where are you employed?
He's on camera
City of
of
Daytona Beach
murking this
Police
guy.
Department.
And in what capacity are you employed there, sir?
I'm a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division. I'm currently the Criminal Intelligence Detective.
What does that require of you on a day-to-day basis, being a criminal intelligence detective, sir?
I collect and research data from different resources and stuff, and assist detectives as they need it, monitor social media, look at reports, gather and collect other bulletins from other agencies.
Does that include assisting robbery homicide detectives in that branch of the detective?
We could do that. Social media.
Yes,
We
sir.
look that up for the police.
You can just speak up a little bit.
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. And how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
10 plus years.
All with Daytona Beach?
Yes, sir.
Have you been a detective in any of the other divisions in CID?
Yes, I have. I started as a property detective, and I was the auto theft detective, and I'm currently the criminal intelligence detective.
And how long have you been the criminal intelligence detective?
Since 2021.
2021?
Yes, sir.
And you said that in that work you monitor social media.
Yes, sir.
Is that something you do regularly?
Yes, sir.
Does that include social media platforms like Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Does it include social media platforms like Instagram?
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to the night of June 23rd of 2021. Were you on or off duty that night?
I was off duty.
And did you become involved in the investigation regarding the shooting of Officer Jason Rayner that night?
Yes.
How did you become involved if you were off duty?
I was at night. I was just scrolling through social media, and then I came across a post that an officer had been hurt in Daytona Beach shooting. Contacted my supervisor, like, "Hey, have you heard anything about an officer-involved shooting?" And once it was determined that an officer did get shot, I decided to come in and provide any assistance necessary.
And when you first came in that night, where did you go?
To the area of Kingston and Beach.
When you arrived to the area of Kingston and Beach Street in Daytona Beach, were you briefed on the status of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
You recall who briefed you when you arrived?
Sergeant Karcher and Lieutenant Wallen, I believe.
And what was Sergeant Karcher's position at the time with the police department?
At the time he was the sergeant for robbery homicide unit.
So he was the supervisor of the detectives who were investigating the homicide? Or what actually become a homicide?
Yes, sir.
Did you perform any duties out at the scene of 133 Kingston?
I canvassed the area to see if we can locate any possible witnesses. And then later that night, I assisted in a search warrant.
Can you tell the jury what you mean by canvassing the area?
By canvassing the area is we go and walk around, knock doors, check on people, see if there's cameras, knock on doors, see if they heard anything, witness anything that can assist in the investigation.
Is that an investigative tool that's commonly used at the very beginning of an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Was your canvassing of the area fruitful in any way?
No, sir.
So you didn't locate any witnesses or relevant surveillance cameras, anything like that?
We did talk to a couple of witnesses, but they only heard, and then, they already had made a statement to other officers.
So did you find any witnesses that make any kind of identification?
No.
Did you go somewhere else after you were at the 133 Kingston area?
Yes, I met at the Justice Center, and then I was assisting Volusia County deputies to check another location, I think up in Ormond Beach, for a possible associate of Othal Wallace.
And was that fruitful in any way?
No.
Did there come a time that night when you were given a particular task in regard to social media?
Yes, sir.
What was that task, sir?
So once he was identified as the shooter, his social media.
Let me jump in. So you say once he was identified. Who was identified?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Once Othal Wallace was identified as as the shooter, I was provided his Instagram account, and I located his Instagram account.
And do you recall the screen name for that Instagram account?
RBG Vibes.
Was this account a public social media profile?
Yes, it was public.
Are you comfortable telling the jury the difference between public versus private social media profiles?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You know, once you have an Instagram account, you can either make it private or public. If you make the Instagram account public, anybody with an Instagram account can view your stories, can view your photographs, can view your friends list, and can also view any type of like post or information you post into Instagram.
Could you describe to the jury that night once you, if you had the name, the RBG vibe instead?
Yes.
How would somebody locate that account on Instagram that night?
You go on Instagram and then you hit search and then you type in the name RBG Vibes and then the account will pull up.
And would you be able to see a person that night be able to see everything on the account because it was an open account?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned something in your response a moment ago that people would be able to see stories. Did you say that a moment ago?
Yes, sir.
Could you, as best you go, are you comfortable describing what a story on Instagram?
Yeah, so a story is like little photos, little videos, anything you want to post throughout the day. It will come across the feed, and then you can click on it, view it, and to my knowledge, it's only up on Instagram up to 24 hours.
So if I wanted to put up a story of myself and put that on my Instagram account, I'd take a video of myself and go right to my account and post it?
Yes, sir.
And you said it would be there for 24 hours?
Yes.
When you went to the account for RBG Vibes, was your attention drawn to a particular story post that was on that?
Yes. It was a black screen and there was an audio on it.
Were you looking at this post approximately? Did you see it?
Approximately 11 o'clock, 11:05 at night.
11:05 p.m. the night.
PM, yes.
The night that Officer Rayner was shot.
Yes, sir.
Did you make an effort to memorialize this post?
I just screen recorded it.
How do you do that?
Your phones, for instance, at the time I had the iPhone. So all you do is just, there's an application on the phone that you can screen record. So like it will record everything on your screen that you're viewing. So it's just like, whatever you've seen on your screen, like to include phone numbers, anything, apps, anything that the screen is showing, you can record it. So it's a screen recording.
And did you do that with this particular post?
Yes, I did.
And when you screen recorded that particular post, did it capture even the time on your cell phone that you were capturing the post?
Yes, sir.
And when you found this post and you listened to it and recorded it, memorialized it, did you disseminate that post to investigators?
Yes, yes. The investigators on scene.
Did that include lead detective David Donardi?
Yes, he was aware of that. Yes, he was aware of that.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, approaching you was marked by identification as State's Exhibit R. Do you recognize that DVD?
Yes.
How do you recognize that DVD?
That's the signature.
Does it also have a date as well?
Yes.
Did you view the contents or listen to the contents of that DVD on that date?
Yes.
Does that DVD contain a fair and accurate representation of the Instagram story you recorded that night?
Yes, sir.
Has it been altered in any way that you can tell?
No, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I move States R and evidence of the next States.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'd object at this point because I don't believe they've authenticated it as being or what time it was uploaded. Year, a specific time if it occurred before the incident, after the incident, or anything like that.
I'll overrule the objection. I think there's sufficient information provided through the witness's testimony.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would move to publish the Instagram story.
You may do so.
No. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you.
You can just leave that, Mr. Bush, for 1 second. What is this last page at the end of the story that the jury sees?
That's his account. That's the photos. You can tell that it's open to the public because, I don't know him and stuff. You can just pull up the name and all the information will show.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we bring something up outside the
Okay. In sidebar or?
Well, it might take a little while to bring it up on the screen.
Okay, you don't mind stepping up. All we're asking into the jury room.
Okay, guys. So what I'm doing is I have two camera angles. Okay. So one is there's a single camera in the back of the courtroom that all the feed goes to for media. All right. There's a subsequent feed that is used for the courtroom itself, which if there's like evidence, stuff like that, that's being shown to the jury, that we have a feed to that one too. So you see me
Who's that, Your
switching around.
Okay, you had an
That's
objection?
what's going on.
Well, yes, Your Honor. First, I want to see the picture first. All I can see is kind of very small. Your Honor, first of all, I would ask for a mistrial based on the fact that per your ruling, there was supposed to be no mention of anything regarding the new Black Panther Party or NFAC.
Ooh.
Clearly, there's a picture
Oh, mistrial.
showing the new Black Party, new Black Panther Party. So they violated the pretrial ruling by this court. Second of all, it's extremely prejudicial. We have a machete here. We have, this is the picture with the AK-47 that they're not supposed to be entering into evidence, only by stipulation.
I'm gonna have to come down there and look at it. I can't see it on my screen. It's too small. I'm assuming that your screen is just as small.
But I think if they take this photo back with them, then they're able to look at it. And all of a sudden, they can be able to see the new Black.
I'm sorry?
It's not a photo, it's an audio recording. It's not like
You see what's happening?
As I understand, this is what shows in the, when you open his Instagram account, that is the,
Yes, sir, at the time.
okay. Let me just come, I can't see what you're saying.
I have not seen this happen before. Wow. I'm kind of holding my breath here. You guys, you that are new, one, please hit that like and please hit the subscribe so you can stay up to abreast on this case.
You know that because of the pictures, and they also have the AK-47. Look at the area, if they're able to have that go back.
Where does it say Black Panther?
We know that because of the picture that they were trying to introduce.
Okay, all right. Let's deal with that one first. I can't see anything on there that says Black Panther. And I'm standing 3 inches from it, and I can't read anything that indicates Black Panther. Does the Black Panthers have a symbol? Is that the symbol of the Black Panther? Yes. Okay. And what is the Black Panther symbol?
Okay, so he has a necklace. Did you hear that?
All right. As to the Black Panther, I'm going to deny the motion. It's almost impossible to see what's on there. Are you saying that the rifle is on there too?
Yeah. You stop it.
Okay, so you see the, What was the other one?
Well, the other was the machete.
What does the machete have to do with the mistrial?
All right, anything else? Anything else? Okay, I'll deny the motion. However, this last screen is actually necessary.
All right, guys, this is. I'm going to take you back over to the picture.
This goes on the page that it was pulled from. That's why I left it in. And of course, this was disclosed. But
But you denied my objections.
I understand, but I don't know if you guys are going to argue and
Can y'all see that?
this isn't what the Wallace intent. Shows its intent.
Trio of Liberty is an awesome name.
I didn't look at any of these pictures. I mean, do you have other
No.
inflammatory pictures?
No, I don't think any of the others, just those two.
Well, the machete, clearly that's not prejudicial in this case.
No, see, the machete wasn't used in this case. Why would that be prejudicial? That's my thoughts.
I'm assuming the jurors are gonna try to scrutinize this. The jurors have a screen in the jury room.
Again, I put this screenshot. I took a screenshot of this, and it's in Discord now.
I just can't.
I can't get into my locals, or I put it in there.
Other than just a regular Instagram.
Raise volume.
And I don't need to see the answer on that issue.
I don't even understand why do they need that?
They said it's to authenticate that this is his account.
You've already admitted the evidence of the recording that it's his account.
Well, the recording was in there. I think the authentication of it is what's at issue. Stipulating that it was his account, then I suppose we get over past this point.
Well, what has come in is it's been authenticated that that's his voice from Tanisha Lewis, so.
They're saying it is. No one has said it is his account yet, other than this officer saying this is what showed on the video.
Ballstorm.
So my ruling stands.
Ballstorm, what time do I need to leave here?
And you denied the
The motion is drawn now. I just want to put on the record that I'm looking at the images
You're right, Trio of Liberty.
on the largest TV that we have in the courtroom. I don't even know what the dimensions of this TV is, but it's extraordinary.
Do you see how the court feed is there on the TV? It has 3 shots. That's what the other one is that I keep going back to.
In the jury room have a screen which is probably half the size or smaller than this one. And the jurors have individual screens that they share in the jury box, which are just standard monitors. Other than the main picture of the defendant up above and a few other photographs of him. Thank you. All right, ready for the jury? Bring the jury in.
So we just had a sidebar about, well, this is prejudicial. We're asking for a mistrial because you can see the machete and you can see it says New Black Panthers on there. New Black Panthers was agreed pre-trial not to be brought up during this trial. It was brought up.
All rise for the jury.
So this is an issue. Remember this for your scorecard, kids. This will be an issue if this comes to appeal. All right. The issue, though, that I'm looking for still is what will this have on the Fourth Amendment? And again, guys, if you haven't checked out, download crime mapping and the Fourth Amendment, redrawing
Can I
high
get the
crime
court
areas.
reporter up
It's
here?
in the Discord.
Can I counsel sidebar? Can you?
Oh. We got a lot of happening today. Bold strategy, Cotton. That is what's at issue, is self-defense. That's what
No,
Ozone is saying, you know what? Let me find another thing to put up.
All right, you have any additional? Oh, stand by.
Detective, I haven't seen that post. The time on your phone, is that the time that's in the upper, in the upper left corner, the 23:05?
Yes, sir.
Is that military time?
Yes, sir.
So what time is non-military time is that?
11:05 p.m.
Again, the post was how old was it on Instagram?
Approximately 2 hours.
Yes.
So we're about around 9 or so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any cross-examine? Do you need the screen?
No.
Okay, can you move the screen back? Okay, you may proceed.
Detective Botello, did you know anything of Othal Wallace prior to June 23rd of 2021?
No, sir.
Okay, and you were able to locate the video, or not the video, but the audio that was on Othal Wallace's account, his Instagram account?
Sir.
Okay. Is it possible to record an audio and then download it at a later time?
I mean, yes. Like for Instagram, we talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you don't know if he downloaded that audio 5 days before and then downloaded it that evening, or if he downloaded it, 3 months before and then downloaded it that night, do you?
Correct.
Okay. And then you had no idea that was Othal Wallace on the audio, do you?
No, sir.
Nothing else?
Thank you. Any redirect? All right, may the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Are you excused from the subpoena?
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Guys, I just put a link to a explanation of the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. It's something that we talk about a lot, especially in this case so far. It's in Discord if you have any questions about it.
All right, state your next
And
witness.
if you have any questions on how to get your bread to rise, the Broken Baker is here in the chat. How you doing, bud? Rookie move. Did he record his crime? No, he got on afterwards and bragged about it, though.
Think. Let me make sure. Pretty sure. Let me get him out of here. Okay. Let me save that. Let's put it in the TV.
So nothing get him out of here. Is that the attorney? That's in the attorney handbook over here. The Broken Baker makes a lot of things rise, like Batman rises.
Watch out, Mike.
I like cheese Danish. Does he have that recipe up? I might have plans this weekend all of a sudden.
Someone get you a witness? All right, you'll raise your hand and be sworn, please.
I do.
You'll come around to the right and my left, your left, my right.
I know.
If you make sure you keep your voice up so the viewers can hear what you have to say. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your entire name and spell it for the court reporter?
Dale Thomas Detter, first name spelled D-A-L-E, middle name Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S, last name T-T-E-R.
And where are you employed, sir?
City of Daytona Beach as a law enforcement officer.
What's your job in the city of Daytona Beach?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division as a crime scene investigator.
So Daytona Beach, you'll have a specialized detective to do crime scene.
I'm Judge Dredd. I am the law. Oh man, I forgot to
Officer,
shave.
sir?
Arrgh.
23 years,
All with Daytona Beach or with other agencies?
all with Daytona Beach.
Any military experience?
No, sir.
How long have you been in the crime scene unit?
Full-time, about 5 years now. I did part-time for about a year and a half prior to that.
Are you the lead detective in the crime scene unit?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what the responsibilities of a crime scene unit, your crime scene unit, are?
Our main responsibilities are for documentation and collection of evidence.
Do you guys ever interview witnesses,
Not typically, no, sir.
interview defendants, anything else, anything other than just crime scene?
No, sir.
400% volume, guys.
Can you describe for the jury any specialized training you've had in crime scene investigation?
Basic crime scene investigation training, homicide investigations, injury and death investigations. There's a forensic application of DNA, which relates to DNA with genealogy, and then some in-house training with different chemicals that we use, super glue, fuming for latent prints, anhydrine, and the use of luminol.
That's a lot better, isn't it? No.
When it comes to processing items related to prints,
Oh, yeah, that looks better, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
does your crime scene unit do DNA?
We swab for DNA. We do not analyze the DNA.
Who does the testing, the analysis of DNA?
Typically, we either
Right
send it
now,
off
I
to
only have volume on my
law
left ear.
enforcement, or there's different private labs.
I don't know if
in the
that's,
past.
I'm not plugged in correctly or what, but I only have a left ear.
Yes, sir.
What lab do you all send your FDA items to?
For DNA processing and firearms, we typically send it to the Orlando office.
Occasionally, do you also utilize the
You got any
Jacksonville?
good games, Baloney?
For-
Anything you played lately?
Ballistics and/or latent print.
Let's just talk a little bit about crime scenes generally. When you're called out to a crime scene, let's say, for example, shooting, not necessarily,
Crazy, right?
what do you typically do when you first arrive? What's the test of your analysis of a crime?
Typically, when I arrive on scene, it's already been cordoned off with crime scene tape. There's usually an officer or two there that are there for security reasons at the scene. I will get with either a detective or one of the first responding officers to kind of get a brief rundown of what may have transpired. From there, I will walk the crime scene, mark any items of evidence that I think are pertinent at the time. And then from there, I will begin photographing the scene and then eventually collecting the evidence.
And when you collect evidence, let's say you found a firearm. I know there wasn't a firearm found at the scene of this case, right?
Correct.
Let's say you found a firearm at the crime scene. How do you package something like that?
Typically, we will, if it's on the scene, if I don't have a firearm box with me, it will be put in an envelope, and once back at the police department, we will download it, put it into a firearm box, and then submit it into property and evidence.
What about, say, you found an item of bloody clothing? How would you package that?
Typically, with items that are bloody, they need to be dried before they're packaged, otherwise they'll mildew and change. So we place them in a drying cabinet, and then once they're dried, they will be packaged, placed into property and evidence.
And do you occasionally, when the case dictates it, pull an item of evidence actually in the crime scene unit?
Yes, sir, we have.
And is evidence secured there as well?
Yes, sir.
I need a.
I want to draw your
wireless
attention
mouse.
to June 23rd now of 2021. Were you still in the crime scene unit as a detective at that time?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond out to 133 Kingston Avenue
Yes, sir.
that night of June 23rd?
Yes, sir.
As you already described for the jury, when you got there, did you get that general briefing?
Yes, sir. I met with Sergeant Karcher and Officer Acosta.
Clumsy,
Sergeant
what's up?
Karcher advised that Officer Rayner had been shot and was transported to the hospital. And then we began our processing.
So you have that knowledge you're going into a crime scene that involved a shooting.
Correct.
And was anybody working with you? Did you have anybody else?
Officer Acosta She was one of our part-time crime scene personnel.
I really thought he was going to say she was one of our proctologists. I totally heard proctologist.
Can you describe the crime scene in general? The area?
Clumsy, have you been in bed yet?
It's a single-building apartment complex with 2 stories. It's the rear parking area of that complex. The whole area of the back parking lot, more to the east, I would say.
How was the lighting back there?
Or it was dark towards the back part of the parking lot, and the lighting that was there was more up on the building.
Did you bring any lights to illuminate the parking lot as best you could?
We brought one of our portable lighting systems.
Were there also vehicles back in that parking lot still?
There were a couple of vehicles, yes, sir.
Before going to, did you photograph the area?
Yes, sir.
Before going to those photographs, later on that night, did your agency use a drone to take some aerial photos of the parking lot?
It's my understanding there was some drone work that was being done.
And have you reviewed some photographs from that drone?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may?
Sir, I'm showing you its mark identification as State's Exhibit S. It is six separate photographs. You can look at those 6 photographs. Do you recognize those photographs?
It appears to be the rear parking area.
Are those the photographs that were taken from the drone?
It appears to be, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the crime scene, the lighting, as you observed it on June 23rd, 2021? Altered or tampered in any way you can see?
It doesn't appear so.
Your Honor, who states as for identification and evidence of the last time the state's exhibit?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
And permission to publish?
You may do so.
Detective Mann, the witness at the end.
Okay, you need to speak up, though. You're gonna step down, okay?
Yes, sir.
And have him stand on the right side here. So as not to block the doors.
And guys,
Going to the first photograph. Can you orient the jury?
all right, we're gonna watch this.
Some of the items, like where's the building in this photo?
This is the drone
building would
footage.
be
We're gonna
down
watch
here.
it
Along this.
without having this guy pointing around.
Of the screen.
He's pointing at like at the
And
bottom of of your screen right
Back here
now.
behind the red car, is this the fence line back here?
Yes, sir. There's some curbing here and then a fence line as well.
Okay, so
And the
back
car on
here,
the far
fence
left,
line and
whose vehicle
curbing.
is that?
This is Officer Rayner's patrol vehicle.
Had it been explained to you that Officer Rainer's patrol vehicle had been moved?
Yes, sir.
Is this the lighting that y'all brought down here at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Photograph 2. Does this just kind of look a little more to the, which direction would this be? To my
The
right?
east is here. This would be to the west, and then we're looking to the south.
This photograph depicts a little more of the parking lot to the west.
Correct.
Okay. Photograph 3. First, can you orient us in terms of where the building is?
Again, this would be the building. The photo would be taken kind of from the eastern end of the parking area, looking towards the west.
So again, if I go back to the previous photo,
No, Gosney does
red
appellate work. This is the
vehicle here.
trial.
Same red or burgundy vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And again, is this your illumination that y'all brought?
Correct.
That being said, I'm also not asking Gosney or talking to Gosney
Again,
in
we're
any way about this.
We're more towards the
don't-
center of the parking area.
I know he's down that area.
Looking towards the west.
Just don't want to
Again,
see
this is same room vehicle building over here.
I
on
don't
the
want
right.
anybody to think you have unclean
The parking
hands.
lot, this is illuminated by your lights, not by the lights from the apartment.
Correct.
So are there any street lights at that time that you recall being back? behind the apartment?
No, the only lighting I recall was the ones that were on the building.
such as this one here in the upper right of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Again, can you orient us in terms of direction of this photo?
Again, this would be from the very eastern end of the parking lot looking to the west. To our right would be the building, Officer Rayner's patrol vehicle here on the bottom left.
And do we get a better look here on the left side of the fencing and the shrubbery behind the parking area?
Yes, sir, the curbing here, and then the shrubbery is actually on the fence.
And photograph E, where's the camera kind of turned here?
We're looking kind of more towards the building, again, facing to the west.
And so the jury is aware, is this pathway here, is that one access point for vehicles to get back into the parking lot?
Yes, sir, there's actually two. There's one on the western end of the building, and then there's also one on the eastern end of the building.
So kind of right behind the drone, there's another roadway?
Correct.
And then Kingston would be on the exact other side of this building?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. For now, you can return to the witness stand. Actually, Detective Detter, you could probably stay down. I'm sorry.
This attorney looks like Clay Travis.
While you're down here, Detective, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit T. Flip through those.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What do they generally depict?
They're my crime scene photos from the night of the incident.
Do they depict the actual scene, but also items of evidence that you collected?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict those items as they appear to you in the scene as it appeared to you on June 23rd of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Altered or tampered with in any way you could see?
Doesn't appear so.
Your Honor, remove this composite exhibit into evidence states T for identification.
Without objection,
No objection.
I will get rid of this evidence.
Detective, before we actually go into the photographs, did you collect a gun belt and a firearm? As in a photograph, gun belt and a firearm at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Where was that gun belt and firearm?
It was in the trunk of Officer Rayner's vehicle.
Was the firearm still in the gun belt?
Yes, sir.
Was the clip over the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Did you also locate in that parking lot a hat?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect that hat?
We did.
Did you photograph that hat?
We did.
Now, at this time, I would move to publish the last state's exhibit, which was 16 for the jury.
You may proceed.
First photo here, what are we looking at?
This is Officer Rayner's patrol vehicle, and as previous pictures, it's in the southeastern portion of the parking lot.
Again, this was after, as it had been told to you, it had been moved.
Yes, sir.
Photograph B, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of Officer Rayner's trunk of the vehicle. His
Shield
duty
Liberty,
belt that
welcome
was
to
secured
membership.
in
I missed
trunk.
the,
And we see the.
Oh, the White
various
Rabbit gift
instruments that he
membership.
had on
Thank
his
you,
belt,
White Rabbit.
Radio.
Radio, firearm, ASP. And in that photo, that's always really visible right there.
I will put the link on the
Photograph.
members
Again,
section
flashlight,
on my,
ASP, firearm, radio.
This is the.
what's that
here's the
called?
page
Community
back here.
page.
Correct.
I'm gonna look it up.
Going to photograph D. What are we looking at in photograph D?
This is just a closer up picture of the firearm that was holstered on the gun belt.
And is this the strap that you previously testified about that was still over the rear of the firearm?
Correct.
Now, photograph E, first, where's the building compared to where you are taking this photograph?
The building would be behind me and kind of going towards my right.
And do we see Officer Rayner's vehicle again here?
Yes, sir.
And do we see, even though the color, we can't tell color, but do we see that maroon or red car?
It's kind of over here in the middle of the photo on the right.
And some items are marked here. What are these items back here against the curb?
Item A is where some of the items where they had treated Officer Rayner. Items of evidence that we located there were his nameplate. There's, we call them keepers, duty belt keepers, that attach to the gun belt, go over the gun belt, keep them secured. There was, I believe, a credit card that was located there, and then there were a long sleeve shirt and I think a white t-shirt that were bloody that were located there as well.
Is this another angle of kind of the items, the area we were just looking at, that you've turned, I guess, to the west?
Correct. Again, items A and C that were in there, and then B is the hat that was located in the parking lot.
And again, the same maroon car that we saw in the drone photos?
Correct.
Photograph G, kind of self-explanatory, but is the building to your right here?
Yes, sir. That would be the building on the right.
So you'd be looking directly westbound.
Pretty much, yes, sir.
So with these last three photographs, is it just you turning more westbound with each photo?
Correct.
To document the scene?
Yes, sir.
H, what are we looking at here? What direction? What direction? Let's start with that.
We would be looking in a southeasterly direction. Again, my back would be to the building, the maroon car in view, items A and C, and the hat P.
Photograph I.
Again, building behind me, and there's a kind of more of a direct shot to the south of the placard and the items that are marked.
Now photograph J, what are we looking at here?
All right, the link is in the
Again, this
community
is
page under
for
members
items
or
marked
Discord.
with A. Officer Rayner's nameplate was found in here. There's a black credit card over here, and the two shirts that were over here that were found.
So is this the actual, when you're talking about the curb, are you referring to here?
This would be the curbing
Okay, the
that I
park.
was talking about, but there is some concrete block against the fence line.
So you've got some parking curbing, then some concrete block against the fence line?
Correct.
And this fence line is right behind the concrete block with, appears to be shrubbery?
Yes, sir.
Photograph K, what are we looking at?
This is a photo of item B, the hat that was in the middle of the park.
And detectives, this is typically how you photograph crime scenes? You start farther away and work in closer with your photographs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective. Now you can go back to the witness for now.
Now. Peekaboo. Tom Gillis, hey guys. Tom's here. Got dogs running around. We know why Tom comes over here. Tom, I'm gonna do a redhead stream. You're gonna have to check it out. You're gonna have to host it maybe for me. I hate the rain, dude. That reminds me, I got a yard to mow, and it looks like it's gonna rain here. Yay!
Do you recognize the item that's contained inside that bag?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's
Tom,
the
this
baseball hat.
dude,
It's photographed.
Ozone Wallace, he
Similar conditions when we photographed it?
shot an officer in Daytona Beach.
Would have been been sent to.
It's his trial, but there's a constitutional
Typically,
issue
they use the red
at
envelopes.
hand here.
And they also have their yellow sticker, with some initialing on it as well.
Has it been altered or tampered with an FDLE, looking at it? based on-
God, their volume sucks.
So,
You know, redesigning it, I think it's-
That's at 500% volume, y'all.
Without objection,
And Rabbit gifted memberships. Thank you, Rabbit. Guys, be sure to have your memberships turned on. I'm putting all the information over into Discord for this. Baker, maybe you could assist.
Just right now, the detective just take it out, I'm fine if he stays, the stand and holds it up. Sure.
That is not Ozone's hat, I don't think. Yeah, let's put that.
Do you know where this hat actually went the night of the shooting?
I had turned it over to Captain Loomis, who was in turn going to be giving it to FDLE to have it processed.
In regard to the duty belt and the firearm, did you collect those items?
said
that night, or
duty.
did you do something else with them?
They were locked, secured in the trunk of the car in our crime scene garage. It was kind of being determined whether they were going to be doing a search warrant to get any of those items. Eventually, it was determined that they were not, and the duty belt was taken out of the vehicle and placed in the crime lab.
And can you tell the jury how a car gets from, for instance, this location to the Daytona Beach Police Department and the security?
We have a contract record service, Daytona Record Service. Typically, the vehicle is sealed, and then an officer, detective will follow the vehicle back to our police department, and then it's placed in the garage. It is secured.
And eventually, did you make a determination that no search warrant was necessary to take the belt out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you take the duty belt and firearm out of the vehicle?
We did.
And where did you put it after that?
It was in the crime lab.
And is that a secure location?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, was there a reason why it didn't go to property and evidence right away?
We were trying to make a determination of how we could best tag the items with all items intact, and it kind of went back and forth for a little while.
Let me ask you this, is property and evidence typically want a loaded firearm in property and evidence?
No, sir.
Is that one of the reasons you kept it in the time lapse?
One of them, yes, sir.
Did you want to preserve it in the condition that you found it as well?
Yes, sir.
At a later time, to your knowledge, was the firearm taken out of the gun belt so it could be safely secured in property and evidence and that was kept separate?
Guys, please hit that like button for me.
Present for that, if you break them down?
I did.
We've had 134 views and 31 likes. Ooh, if we break 100 today, we hit 60 yesterday. Let's try to hit 75. Oh, that was good.
States E for identification.
Ghost came back last night, y'all. Did you see it? It'd be awesome.
Recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Here should be your gun belt.
Other than it being mounted on this board, is it staying in the similar condition you photographed it? They were removed from the trunk and then placed it together?
Yes, sir. What do you have?
So the difference is the firearm not in the belt. But otherwise the same condition. At this time, I will state E for identification and evidence is necessary.
no objection. Without objection, and then this,
Well, it's not having no sound. Wonderful. Oh, the duty belt. Why are they so interested in the duty belt? Without speculation, why are they interested?
That first witness again, Your Honor.
Right.
So I'm now approaching you with state tech for identification. Substantially similar conditions when you broke it down and put it out of the duty belt. When you placed it in the evidence. Altered or tampered with in any way you can see.
That was me. I did a little skip. I was a couple seconds behind where I adjusted my earphone.
No objection.
Without objection, admitted second.
All right, so there's more evidence. What is this? Show it to the judge.
Your Honor,
It's a box.
violence when the detective stepped down.
Oh, you were not in possession of the evidence while it was on the FedEx truck.
Can you hold that up to the jury for a moment?
I mean, what theatrics?
Thank you, sir. Next, we will publish states 19. Thank you, sir. Return to the stand. Detective, that first night you're out there searching in the parking lot, you looked for a shell casing.
Yes, sir.
At that time, did you all know whether or not a semi-automatic firearm or revolver had been used in the crime?
We did not.
Do you know the difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury why that would matter in terms of looking for a shell casing?
Typically with a revolver, the bullets are in a cylinder on the firearm. Once the bullets are fired, its shell casing does not eject, it stays in the cylinder and then rotates for the next round to be used. The semi-automatic firearm, once you fire a round, it actually extracts the shell casing, it comes out of the firearm and seats another bullet to be used.
So if a revolver was used, would you expect to find a shell casing?
No, sir.
If a semi-automatic firearm was used, as you described, would you expect to find a shell casing?
We would hope to, yes, sir.
Did you spend quite a bit of time looking that night for a shell casing?
We did.
Was that fruitful in any way that night?
That night, no, sir.
Did you do something about that the next day? Did you take another crack at it?
Yes, sir. I had told Officer Karcher that I felt we needed to come back in the daylight hours with normal everyday lighting to have a better look at it. Once we came in the morning, we went down to the scene. A couple of detectives had arrived prior to me, and then when I arrived.
And were you all able to locate the shell casing?
When I arrived on scene, Detective Toledo had advised me that she or they had found a casing.
And did you do the same thing you did the night before, where we saw the crime scene photograph? You photographed the area and the casing before collecting it?
Yes, sir.
I first witness again, Your Honor.
Right.
Showing states B for identification, and then a 4-page response.
photos of the day that the casing was found of the parking lot and the casing.
So these are daytime photos of the parking lot behind 133.
Correct.
And altered or tampered in any way you consider it doesn't fairly accurate represent how the parking lot looked to you on execution on June 24th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
This time I will state meeting the evidence is the next one to state exhibit.
No objection. Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Permission to publish states 20.
Ms. Speedy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
May witness step down.
Yeah. Can you move the microphone back?
Good, you still have my point. Thank you for holding on. Can you orient the jury in terms of where the building is?
This would be similar view, shooting due south, building moving behind me.
At this time, the red car is gone.
Correct.
Photograph B, what direction are we looking here?
This would be, I would be more on the eastern end facing shooting towards the west.
And what is this placard one being used to mark?
That is where the showcasing is located.
Here, appears to be red.
That's where item A in previous photos had been marked, where the T-shirts and the nameplate and the credit card were located.
So some of the bloody items you had collected. Photograph C, are we just kind of moving closer and closer to this placard one?
Yes, sir.
And finally, photograph D, what are we looking at here?
Closer up view of the shell casing marked by the placard one.
Did you collect the shell casing, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you package it in a manner that you've already described for the jury here today?
Yes, sir.
You're going to turn to the stand, thank you, sir. I don't think you'll need to your gloves again. Okay. And first witness, Your Honor? Now showing you states N as in Nancy, for identification. W for Wilson for identification. You recognize that item?
It appears to be the shell casing recovered on that day on the 24th.
And on the back side of that item, it's actually kind of the packaging you place the showcase into,
Yes, sir. This would be our packaging with my property.
the appropriate labeling for the item.
Correct.
Is there FDLE tape on this item as well?
Appears so, yes, sir.
This item went to FDLE?
Yes, sir.
The same substantially similar conditions when you collected.
Appears so.
Who states W, the evidence is the next one that states.
No objection.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
And witness step down and publish, Your Honor.
May you do something?
Done with this. Make sure. Yes.
And publish this, inside the jury.
Like I said, you will have all these items with you when you deliberate.
Thank you, sir. Return to that stand. If I can just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Now,
Defense, do you need the TV?
ready.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Yeah. Just go back to the beginning.
You're fine, no worries. Which one do you want, Terry?
The
nighttime.
drone.
The drone.
And if I just go forward with it,
It'll
then
go,
it'll
yep.
go into the
Mhm.
next one? Detective Dutter, how are you today?
Pretty good, sir. You?
Good. You weren't the lead investigator on this case, were you?
No, sir.
Who was?
I think it was Detective Denardi.
Denardi? Okay. All right. And when you were there doing these drone photos, about what time was that?
We went through photos. We had already set up our lighting and stuff, so I would imagine 11 o'clock.
Okay. So, this incident took place at roughly about 8:50? Does that seem right?
From what I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And would have been somewhat lighter at that point than it was when you arrived, with it being just after the summer solstice?
Yeah, I would say depending on what time the sun goes down at that.
Okay, all right. All right, and actually, if I could have you come down. I just want to go over a couple points. Okay, and again.
Been talking with my mic on mute.
This is
Facts are the
parking
facts.
area of 133.
We have video of Ozone coming out of the car and nerfing the police officer. And what else do you do, right? It's I even have audio of him admitting to it on an Instagram. The question is going to be is on crime mapping, I believe. It's a Fourth Amendment issue. It's becoming a hotter topic. Kind of like this stop and search. What was it in New York a few years ago? Yeah, stop and frisk. That's what they were. Randomly and people on the side of the road. Like, there's an article. Let's see here. It's by Andrew Ferguson called "Crime Mapping in the Fourth Amendment," and it talks about how there's an area in New York where every single person that lives in that area would have to have been stopped by the police at least once in the last year. They had stopped so many people just because it was a high crime area. I mean, Fourth Amendment, you have a right to be left alone with your belongings, your papers and effects against unreasonable search and seizures. So whether or not this makes the Supreme Court, who knows? It could be. We could be in the ground level of something. That'd be very exciting. But is the guy guilty as far as the murder? Yes, probably, more than likely. Florida is the first time trying their new death penalty. They only need, out of 12 jurors, they only have to have 8 to get a conviction for death penalty. So that issue's up as well. And I bring this up.
That photo, it may be over here.
Live stream napping is for winners.
I cannot.
I'd love to. That'd be so awesome. I'd be doing that in court.
Correct.
You never did take a picture of the safety valve from the taser, did you?
No, sir.
Not paying attention to the chat is very typical.
Were you part of the evidence hearing on December 27th?
No
You're
napping.
not? Okay. All right. You stated that
napping.
you broke down all the items from the duty belt. When did you do that?
I believe it was in March. Of the-
March of 2023? So, and how was the duty belt stored in the evidence locker?
In a.
I eat the porn
Just a
EXs.
paper bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so it was stored with the, was the the magazine was removed, I'm assuming, from the handgun while it was stored?
No, it was all intact. It wasn't touched until it was broken down.
Okay. All right, so from June until March of 2023, you had everything that was involved
Yeah, it
in
was
the
Nicholas Cruz.
duty belt
Bobby.
shoved in his paper bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and when you broke the duty belt down,
Hey, Chris,
which
how are you
was in
doing?
March, did you examine all the items?
I counted rounds. I looked at the items as I placed them into packaging.
Okay, and in what position was the safety latch for the taser? You don't recall? When we were looking at the video or the photographs up there of the drone footage from that night, was there enough room in it to look behind that maroon car?
It was backed fairly far up against the fence line in the shrubbery.
But could you have gone back and looked behind it?
I don't know if anybody attempted to.
Okay, all right. I have nothing else, Sharon.
Thank you. Can you read?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to clarify a couple things, Detective. Defense was asking about the drone photographs.
Yes, sir.
You actually run the drone?
I do not.
Does anybody have a pilot license to actually run the drone?
You do?
So you're just testifying those photos accurately make the crimes?
Yes, sir.
In terms of Officer Rayner's vehicle, did you observe any, what appeared to be recent damage from a vehicle having struck his car that night?
Not that I noted, no, sir.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions.
Can you read?
No, Your Honor.
Can you witness these?
Ramen, what's up?
Not subject to recall, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I missed that one moment, Your Honor.
I love how I'm talking to you guys and I have it on mute. I'm like, this chair feels so good. My neck is so jacked out right now. My neck, like this pillow, the way it holds under my neck feels so good. Boy, wouldn't you be upset if your attorneys are joking and laughing right there with you? Sitting there and going, man, I might fry for this. Oh, what are they doing now? Jury's leaving. Oh, everybody's leaving. They're going to take a 10-minute break. That's about time for it. Okay, so I think I'm caught up on everything. So what do you guys, what are the thoughts here? Anybody have a thought on this, a feeling? Do you understand what's important here? I mean, we know this guy. I mean, the evidence is the evidence. Okay? Make your decision based off that. Make your decision based off what they show. But what the question is for me, and I think we saw a little bit of it start to go into it last night in the defense. I think today we'll start hearing this a lot because the defense has said from day one that this was a self-defense nerfing. All right. Oh, it's my watch. I charge that sucker. So what that means is, well, I mean, what is self-defense? Actually, you know what? Let's do it self-defense. we all know what self-defense is, but let's get a language that we're all on the same page. Let's see if I like this one. Okay, so this is good. Self-defense is an accepted principle. The person has the legal right to defend themselves and defend others. This is also true when the defense would normally amount to a crime. So that's the key language there. See, this is the hard part for me. Everything gets jumbled up here with the squirrels. But if you stay focused on that, it's the what you're doing, what happened here would normally be a crime. So shooting the officer is a crime. They're claiming self-defense, saying that no, there's a reason why this isn't a crime. And of course, specific laws vary from state to state. I hate articles that mention stand your ground law. Self-defense is using force or violence to protect oneself or a third person from imminent harm. That may be key if that's the language in Florida. Imminent harm. Did Ozone feel he was in imminent harm? In other words, the victim reasonably believes they're in imminent danger or imminent death, bodily injury, or serious bodily harm. This definition may seem simple enough, but it raises many questions when someone uses it in real life. This is coming from findlaw.com. Courts struggle to determine the appropriate level of force or violence when a person defends themselves. In reviews of what is such appropriate levels of violence, courts often consider the following. What if the victim of a violent crime provoked the attack? Yes, you can provoke an attack and end up using self-defense as a defense. Did the perpetrator threaten to use deadly force or a non-deadly force? Was the victim obligated to retreat from the violence or threat of imminent force? Did the victim have a reasonable belief or reasonable fear that the use of force against them was imminent? Did the victim use reasonable force in response to the attack? And what protection exists for victims who feel on reasonable grounds that the threat exists when it does not? Anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of different standards for that too. It's like, was proportional response? Are there any duties to retreat? Is imperfect self-defense? What is fear of harm? And was that a reasonable fear? There's a lot of questions to it. Anyway, so if it's self-defense, why didn't he turn himself in immediately? Maybe, who knows? And we may never know if that's not brought up by the prosecution. I don't know what the exact list of charges are against Ozone. Reasonable LOL force. It doesn't seem that deadly force was in play at the time. Hey, Nandor, how are you doing? I keep wanting to say Mandor whenever I see Nandor. Is it reasonable to shoot someone when they ask if you live somewhere? Was he in fear, though? Was he in fear that here comes a cop? Cop shows up, and maybe this is why they're talking about the duty belt, right? You have a gun, you have a taser, you have spray, you have a baton, you have Batman's utility belt. Think about that. So maybe that's part of the thing that the defense is trying to put into the minds of the jurors. Now, what this goes back to the Fourth Amendment is that you also there's no right to I use this because this is just my own lazy brain talking, but like false imprisonment. That is a legal term. It's a legal doctrine, and it can be enforced in certain things. I don't know if false imprisonment plays here, but my mind wanders. It's like, okay, so he's detained. The dude is asked by the cop, "What are you doing here?" Normally, you don't have to talk to the police. You can end a conversation with the cops whenever you want to, unless it's part of an investigation. What was he being investigated for? He was sitting in his car in a hypothetical, because that's all you really have. What makes this a high crime rate area? Does that mean that you and I can't go to these areas and sit there and have the same constitutional protections we would across the street that is not in the map? Guess what? The Constitution doesn't work that way. The Constitution, you have constitutional rights everywhere, not where your car is sitting at a certain time. That's like saying, well, you would have self defense if you had done this over here, but because you're in this high crime area, you don't have self defense. It's a much bigger issue. This might be one of the bigger trials that you guys have ever seen. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Talk to some people, and they see, oh, well, this could be a speculation. We don't know. We have to see how this trial comes out. You and this trial may be. This trial may end up, Ozone's innocent. Bye. No constitutional issue. Nothing's ever brought up. Nothing's ever resolved. Let me just say, he didn't shoot the cop. No, we don't see it. Never saw the evidence. Who knows what the jury's going to say? But if it does, and you guys got to play, legal hyperbole with me. You got to have that. You got to play cloak and dagger. We're playing a mind game. This is all it's a hypothetical. All right. And what we're watching, though, is something that could become very important to, it could go to the Supreme Court. This could become very important to America. Look at New York. New York State had stop and frisk laws. Remember, Rudy Giuliani was, that's one of his big things. It lowered crime. It worked so well in New York. Then New York all of a sudden is like, no, you're disproportionately pulling over people of the wrong color. That's racist. And so they got rid of it. Their crime rate started going back up. So where does that, that fruit of the poisonous tree, that low-hanging fruit, where is that planted? We get to sit here and we get to watch it with minds much smarter than us, people who have thought about this much longer than we have. I mean, it's time in a courtroom. For every hour you spend in a courtroom, you could spend 4 to 10 hours outside the courtroom researching, studying, thinking, playing these games over and over in your head. You ever heard the term shower thoughts? That's what a shower thought is for me. I play out hypotheticals. I'm constantly thinking, I'm overthinking stuff. Sometimes I say something. My wife, she's a poor victim of this all the time. I will say something that sounds absolutely ridiculous to her, but it's because I'm trying to get just like a one phrase or one thought out of my mind and say something where I can have some sort of response back and just let my mind just kind of bounce that idea around like a ping pong ball. Yeah, supposedly from what my understanding is, he's sitting in his car and we all, hey, look, Michigan Law Show, MLS, making law simple. David, whatever his name of the week is, he does this. This guy, this is part of what he does for practice. Is he studies, he researches, he does his work in a car. And I get that because I spent a lot of time. I lived in my car during law school. I mean, it sucked. And I'll never forget, I get to school one day and the power goes out. I have an exam. And I'm like, I need to study. The exam's in 12 hours. Or whatever it was. It was a long time. It was like at 6 o'clock that night or something. The school administration told me, go sit in your car. I said, I'm not comfortable in my car. Can't sit in my car in the sun for this long. They told me to roll down my windows. Isn't that nice? But, I mean, that's all I had. That was my option. Yeah, it's been a long time. If I'm making a phone call, I like to sit in the car. It's comfortable. My seat's comfortable. It's the way I like it. I got the air conditioner or the heater. It's quiet. I feel like I can focus on the call. Sitting in your car. It's not against the law. Unless you pull over and sit in your car at a certain place. You know where it could be? The mall. How many times do you see a car way far away from the mall, and there's somebody sitting in that car? It's usually like that one tree at the end of the parking lot. Someone's sitting there in the shade. They're typing away. They're doing their work. They might be in a high crime mapped area, and here come the cops. Excuse me, you work here? Can I see your ID? Well, I don't have I didn't know my new, again, this happened to me. I drove for like 6 weeks, no insurance, no proof of insurance, because I'm an idiot. Bringing it from the house to the car, so difficult for me. But anyway, sorry, I'm just kind of ranting here. Let me go. Yeah. Those days suck. Studying is dumb. Yeah, I'm not big on it. There you go. He's filming a mukbang video, right? He's filling out his paperwork when the popo came and harassed him. And here's something else. This is why they asked him about the BOLO question all day yesterday. It's be on the lookout. So the car they're supposed to be on the lookout isn't the car he had. Oh, here you go. We're back from our break.
That's enough. All right, you got your next witness?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, here you go, guys.
On this witness, there's going to be surveillance video displayed. It is redacted a bit.
What is
The surveillance video is redacted, shortened
surveillance
surveillance video
from
from across the street.
what street?
Kingston. It shows,
Okay.
It shows Officer Rayner's car going behind the apartments and then,
Gotcha. Okay.
I probably best to read the instruction to
Okay.
redact it.
I can do that.
Go ask Elon Musk. He's hiring right now. The FAA just shut him down.
And it's video, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ready for the jury? We got the defendant in? Yes, defendant's present. Please bring the jury. Are we done with, oh, you're going to use this again?
Yes, sir. For this next one.
The Pennsylvania Spider-Man midget guy, the guy who escaped from jail, he is now officially armed. They are now saying officially.
All rise for the jury.
I need to order some WD-40. I'm glad you said that. So if you live in Pennsylvania, around the area where they're looking for Donatello Cavalcante, or whatever his name is, he is a bad hombre and no mas amigo. I've been learning Spanish listening to the White Rabbit.
The jury is
Spanish.
present. You may be seated. State, call your next
No more
witness.
picante.
Nipper?
You have to sing a lot in Spanish. Blue Dog wants in.
Mr. Clerk, raise your right hand this morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
You'll come around here.
Oh, this is a perfect way of saying it, Tree of Liberty. Yeah, I don't have time to hate somebody.
You may proceed.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
well, this guy looks.
Good morning, sir. You're a little
Tree of
soft-spoken,
Liberty.
so you might have to just speak up or lean into that mic a little bit.
We're on the
okay?
same there. I don't have time to worry
Please
about
state
what
your
color your
entire
skin is.
spell your name for the court.
I would like to go to the tanning bed though.
William Garrett Nipper Jr., WILLIAM, GARRETTE,
Somebody please tell me this guy's a rocket
KNIPPER,
surgeon.
And Mr. Nipper, how old are you, sir?
38.
In what city and county do you live in?
Daytona Beach, Volusia County,
What's your address in Daytona Beach?
110 Kingston Street.
Is this a house, an apartment,
It's a two-story house.
two-story house? Do you rent it?
Yes.
And were you living in that same house back in June of 2021, sir?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the apartments located in 130?
Yes.
In relation to your house, where are they?
Perpendicular.
Perpendicular, so they're kind of across the street
Yeah, at an angle.
at an angle, so is that to the west?
Yes.
And back in June, early summer, spring of 2021, have there been some incidents that were happening over at 133?
With all the apartments on that street.
So the
They're
apartment
gonna
complex
build up
right
the
next
crime
to it as
thing.
well?
Yes.
Did this include some shootings?
Several.
Did your house actually get damaged by some of these shootings?
I've repaired 9 bullet holes in a matter of 6 months that year.
Did you end up that year getting some surveillance equipment?
Yes.
Where did you get that surveillance from, sir?
Off by my phone.
How many cameras did you get?
8.
8
Did you
cameras.
install them yourself?
Amateur.
Yes.
After you installed them, did you ever have any issues with them?
No.
No malfunctions, anything like that?
No.
The date and time on the cameras, is that closely accurate or not exact?
Yes. It's normally within an hour or so of the actual time.
If you wanted to see some video from one of your cameras, how would you access it?
I have a wireless mouse and I have my own dedicated TVs for it in the house.
Dedicated TVs were in the house? What was after a certain number of days, would old footage be deleted?
I have it set
I'm
to
moving my
reset
camera
once
right
a
now.
week
The once a
at
week
my
includes-
designated time.
Yes, speak up, I'm sorry.
I have it set at a designated time once a week to reset itself.
So basically, you go back in time up to 7 days.
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to June 23rd of 2021. That night, early morning, did law enforcement come to your home
That night,
that night? Why were they, do you know why they were coming there?
apparently an officer had been shot at one of the apartments
Why were they interested in your house?
because I have some of the only surveillance footage on the street.
Okay. And did they want to copy or want to view your surveillance video?
Yes.
Did you pull the video up for them?
Yes.
And did you provide them the video surveillance that they asked for a copy of?
Yes. I let them take the whole hard drive for 48 hours.
And then they gave it back afterwards?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
You cannot have my hard
Say
drive.
no for identification. You recognize any signature on that CD?
It's mine.
It's your signature. Have you watched the contents of that CD?
Yes.
Does that contain a portion of the surveillance video that you provided to law enforcement?
Yes.
Other than it being shortened, was it altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, who states O for identification and evidence is the next number exhibit?
Any objection? Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Kind of see it on the video. Yeah, because I just pulled the video, we don't start it.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
May do so.
I'm just gonna get it ready for you. You can push the button. Can you go straight next one? You got it.
Okay. Before I start playing this, Mr. Nipper,
Okay.
what camera in your house are we looking at here?
Got
One
American
of the
flag
ones
up
on
there.
the front porch, and it faces to the west, up Kingston, facing towards
A lot of
Ridgewood.
potted plants.
And is this the far western apartment, 133 Kingston, this complex here?
Yes.
And it's an access road to the parking lot behind on this far west side?
Yes. And
Another access road between these two buildings back to the parking lot as well?
yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to read the instruction?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, you're about to view audio recording. The court instructs you that the recordings have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The facts that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider this evidence. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one more question, Mr. Nipper. This was much earlier, right?
Yes.
The timestamp 6:23 and 8, sometimes it's 8 p.m.
I think it was an hour off at that time, roughly, so that's probably around 7.
But is this a good depiction of the area during the daytime? Since
Yes.
there are videos of that?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, I have no further questions for you.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
Mr. Nipper, did you know Othal Wallace?
No,
No? Did you ever see him around at all?
not really. I don't go on that side of the street.
Okay. All right, and you said there
I
were a
don't go
lot
on that
of,
side of the street.
a lot of things going
That's
on
the high
around that
crime
time,
map area.
gunshots and things like that?
Yes, the apartments were known to have drive-bys during broad daylight. I've had to break up in my own front yard because I have bigger guns in my house after my years of service.
Did he say I have bigger guns in
Never
my
have to
house?
break up a gunfight involving Othal Wallace?
No, I do not know him.
Ever have to encounter Othal
I
Wallace?
have bigger guns in my house.
Nothing else.
I love this dude. Florida man is awesome.
Any redirect? May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Florida man's like, I've got guns to go clean. Florida man, you are our hero.
I'll see, call your next witness.
All right, so I've put up part of that video surveillance in the Discord. So, you guys, in there, anybody can put anything they want to. If you have evidence or anything from this trial or questions or anything, put it all in there, and then we'll have something coming towards the end. And we're going to save this because if there is that future issue where this becomes a constitutional or a death penalty appeal case, we'll be able to come back to this. If it becomes a death penalty appeal case, you guys need some. I'm gonna have to show you, drop some links to some books for everybody.
Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone, okay?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Corey Crumbly, Corey, Crumbley,
Crumbly like a cookie.
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in Orlando, and I'm assigned to the biology section.
How long have you been with FDLE?
21 years.
Can you just take the jury briefly through your 21 years with FDLE, the different positions you've had?
I started out as a forensic technologist, and that was just a laboratory support staff position where I made
questions.
reagents.
Put questions
I
in there.
assisted analysts in casework, handled maintenance and quality control. After about 3.5 years, I was promoted to crime laboratory analyst, where I completed an approximately year-long training program that consisted of extensive reading, laboratory exams, written exams, oral exams, supervised casework, a mock trial, and a qualifying test. And then in 2017, I was promoted to senior crime laboratory analyst, which is the position that I hold now.
What does a senior crime laboratory analyst do on a day-to-day basis?
I perform independent casework, I
I
train
play with
other
gooey
analysts,
things.
and I'm also the CODIS administrator.
I play with stuff that's sticky and gooey.
When you say casework, are you talking about DNA analysis?
Yes, STR, short tandem repeat DNA analysis.
Could you tell the jury what training you have in conducting DNA analysis?
Oh, Chris,
I have that
it's-
year-long training program that I just explained, and then every year I am required to, I'm acquired to participate and complete approximately 8 hours of external training. I read journal articles, I attend conferences
I
and
read
classwork,
journal
and,
articles.
complete FDLE training
I
to
read
keep
journal
abreast of current
articles.
technologies and to learn new methodologies that are implemented into the laboratory.
In the field of DNA, it's kind of always evolving and changing, getting
Yeah,
better.
yes, it's always getting better, new chemistries, better instrumentation in order to perform the testing.
Now, does FDLE have proficiency testing?
Yes.
What's proficiency testing?
A proficiency test is a test that I take twice a year that demonstrates that I'm competent and able to perform the testing properly, and it also tests the laboratory procedures that I use every day to perform the testing.
You said twice a year you do that?
Twice a year.
Other analysts within your laboratory do that as well?
Rabbit.
Everyone that is involved in independent casework participates in proficiency testing.
And have you testified before as an expert in the field of DNA? Or have you
Expert.
rendered an opinion before in the field of DNA identification?
Yes, I have.
How many different times do you think you've rendered opinions in court?
Approximately 50 times.
Your Honor, I ask at this time this witness be allowed to render an opinion related to forensic biology to this jury.
This is going to be my quote. What are you an expert in? I watch YouTube and read articles.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Crumley, can you tell the jury what DNA is?
DNA is your genetic blueprint. It comes from, half of it comes from your mother, half of it comes from your father. Your DNA
Oh, no, they're
profile
not
is
doing the
determined
DNA
at
thing, man. I
conception,
hate
and it
this
remains
part.
the same
God, I
throughout your
hate
lifetime.
this.
Is each person's DNA unique to that person?
Unless you have an identical twin, your DNA would be unique for the markers that I test for.
And can you tell the jury where generally DNA can be found from a person?
On
It
the
could be
gum, on
found
the
in
bottom
blood,
of your shoe.
semen, saliva,
She
skin
said
cells,
semen.
bone, tissue, and hair.
She said semen.
Can you describe for the jury the process that you go through to process a DNA sample?
The first step is DNA extraction. That's where I use heat and chemicals to break open the cells and get the DNA out. The next step of the process is called quantitation. That test just tells me how much DNA I have recovered from that extraction process. I need to know how much DNA I have to move forward in the process. The next step is called amplification. During that step, I perform what's called the PCR test, the polymerase chain reaction. That allows me to target and copy the DNA at all of the locations that I test for. I only need to test the DNA where it is unique, individual to individual, so I'm only looking at specific sections or portions of the DNA. The next step is DNA analysis. That's where any DNA that I have obtained through the process is detected. I'm able to visualize a DNA profile and then make comparisons between DNA profiles from evidence in the case to DNA profiles from known reference samples in the case.
No, you say known reference samples. How's that? What do you usually get for a known reference sample?
Typically, I get what's called a buccal swab. Essentially, the collection of that involves taking a cotton tip swab. It looks like a Q-tip that you see every day, probably in your own homes and use. And it is placed inside the mouth, and a sample is collected from the inside
where she
of
gets
the
the semen
cheek
from.
to collect cells that can be used to test for DNA. And once I have a DNA profile, that gives me a DNA profile for a particular individual that I can use to compare to unknown samples from evidence to determine who may or may not be a donor.
And you're not the one actually doing the swabs, public swabs, right?
No.
So that's coming from a law enforcement agency that do the swabs.
Yes.
Do you also at times receive, for a known, to get a known stain, blood stain card?
Sometimes it's a bloodstain card, yes. A bloodstain card is a piece of filter paper where blood from a particular person is spotted onto the card. Since that blood is collected directly from an individual, the same way that a buccal swab is, it can be used as a known reference sample for comparison if a DNA profile is obtained.
And is a blood stain card more common, say, if the person whose DNA is becoming known or who you're testing for is deceased?
Yes,
So that's something typically a medical examiner will collect.
that's correct.
And the process you described, that kind of the four-step process of your testing, is that commonly accepted within the scientific community?
It is.
Now, in this case, it relates to this case, were you a senior crime laboratory analyst back in June of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Were you only initially involved in this case at the very beginning?
Yes.
How did it come about that you became involved at the very beginning?
I received a phone call late in the evening on June 24th from command staff at FDLE in Orlando requesting that I come in and work a particular item of evidence rush. And I was available, so I went in to work it.
At a later time, after you worked these initial items, did nobody else handle the rest of the case?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst Tim Petrie.
Same job as you?
Same job as
Tim
me.
Petrie. His grandfather's
What
the
items did you
Petrie dish.
receive in the initially from Daytona, sorry?
I received a hat and clothing represented as being from Officer Jason Rayner.
And did you examine, which of these items did you examine?
I examined only the hat.
Did you also take a look at the hairs from the hat as well?
Yes, when I opened up the evidence to examine the hat, I saw 2 hairs. I collected those. I performed a microscopic exam on those hairs to determine if they were suitable to be sent forward for DNA testing, and they were not.
Why weren't they suitable to be sent forward for DNA testing?
Hairs suitable for DNA testing have to contain a root, and that root has to be a live root. Based
Well,
on the
True Liberty, you have a Steam
microscopic
Deck?
exam that I performed, the hairs did not meet that
How do you
criteria,
like
so
it?
they were not moved forward for DNA.
And what about the hat? How do you go about processing?
I think I
the
want
hat
one.
for DNA?
So when it
I
comes
don't
to
know
a
why.
hat, the first thing I'm going to do, of course, is to look at
I
it for
do know why.
stains. If I see any stains of significance, I may collect samples from those stains for DNA testing. There were
How would you
no
compare it
stains.
size-wise
It was a little
to
bit
the,
dirty, but there were no
Nintendo
biological
Switch?
stains that I could see on the hat. So the next step would be for me to focus on who may have been wearing the hat. So I collected what I call a sample for wearer. When an individual wears an item of clothing, the skin comes in contact with that clothing, and there can be a transfer of skin cells to that item. I wanted to collect samples of those potential skin cells and send those forward to DNA analysis in order to attempt
Yeah.
to obtain a
That's
DNA
another
profile.
question. Can you use
So
the
hat, when you wear a hat,
Xbox Cloud
the best
gaming?
place for
That's
that
really
transfer
what I
to
wanna do.
happen is the inside band
I wanna
of
be
the
able to play
hat
Gears of
that
War on
comes
the
in
ro-
contact
on the
as your
road.
head with your head as you're wearing it. So I took a cotton tip swab, again, similar to a Q-tip. I moistened it with some deionized water, and I rubbed that swab along the inner band of the hat in order to transfer any DNA that may be on the hat to the swab, and I sent the swab forward for DNA testing.
And did you take that swab through the same process you already described with the jail?
I did.
And what were the results of your analysis of that swab?
I obtained a mixed DNA profile consistent with 2 individuals. One of those donors was consistent with being a male individual, and the data was suitable for comparison.
And we say mixed DNA profile, what is that?
Mixed DNA profile is a DNA profile that contains DNA from more than one person.
And now at this point, so you've got a mixed profile, at least 2 contributors, you said,
Yes, it was consistent with 2 people.
and suitable for comparison.
Yes.
Do you have anything to compare it to yet?
No, I did not have anything to compare it to.
Was that all of the testing you did in this
About
case?
Steam Deck.
Yes.
The rest of the work was performed by senior crime laboratory analyst, it's always a mouthful, Petrie?
Yes, it was.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He nerfed a cop, and it was. You're saying now that it's self-defense.
Cross-examination.
Okay, that's the defense for Ozone. But the bigger question here is, well, it's if this is a death penalty case. So if he's convicted, the next phase will be the death penalty. So he'll have the automatic appeal there, and also this brings up a lot of Fourth Amendment issues that need to be addressed by the court
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
that involve
There are
crime
numerous
mapping.
ways in which a person can transfer DNA.
And you can find
from
all
one
the
substance to
information
another
on the Ozone Wallace
Yes.
thing in the Discord, in the experts Discord.
Yes.
Shedding hairs,
Shedding hairs.
spit.
Yes.
Okay. When we're talking about touch DNA, are any of those combinations existent when a person were to touch a substance and DNA would be left behind? Or is there some other chemical that would leave the DNA when a person touches the substance?
It would depend on if
What about
something
that
was
new
on
ACEs,
that person's hands,
game model thing.
like saliva, if you bite your
right?
fingernails or something like that. There may be saliva on your hands that could be transferred as you touch an item. But typically, when you touch something, it would be a skin cell transfer based
know what
on the contact that was made
Gula
with
Kid
that
is.
particular item.
Thank you.
I bet I figured that, though.
Certainly you'd perform some analysis to a hat, right?
Yes,
And a hat's an article of clothing.
it is.
So we can assume that there would be other articles of clothing which DNA can be detected?
Yes,
An officer's uniform for one of them?
yes.
And in terms of DNA, if DNA exists on a particular item, we don't know when the DNA was there, we just know that it was there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are there any methods that you're familiar with that would allow an analyst like yourself to determine when DNA is present, or when DNA?
It's like the Brave browser is so much better.
No, the testing that I
though
perform
it's just
only
Chrome.
tells me what DNA is present on the sample that I perform the testing on. It does not tell me when it was deposited or in what manner it was deposited.
Okay. And the fact that you didn't perform any analysis as to the officer's clothing means that you have no testimony to provide about whether Mr. Wallace's DNA was present on the clothing. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing further.
All right, can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
You may, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
Okay, you're released from the subpoena, you're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Next witness?
Yes, sir. The state will call Othal Wallace.
Yes, sir. Right here, sir. Stand right there, face the clerk, raise your right hand and swear me.
You swear to tell your truth in this proceedings, so help you God.
You can follow the deputy over here. You may have a seat. Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone so everyone can hear what you have to say, okay? You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
You're gonna have to talk really loud.
Okay,
Good morning.
good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
First name, Othal, last name, Wallace.
Can you spell your last name?
Oh, it's his dad.
W-A-L-L-A-C-E,
Mr. Wallace, where do you live?
Gainesville,
How long have you lived in Gainesville for?
all my life.
Do you know, Mr. Wallace sitting over there?
That's my son.
Okay. You've been bringing up, what do you do for work right now? You work at the University of Florida?
I do.
Been there for a while in the information department?
Yes, sir.
Bring your attention now till, June 23rd, 2021. Do you remember that night, somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock, getting a phone call from your son?
I do.
Okay. Can you, where were you at when you got the phone call, when you recall?
Laying in my bed.
What did he say when he called you?
Also with gentrification,
He just said,
it's weird, right?
there's some stuff going on and you need to get away.
So who are you profiling?
Did he give you any specifics about it?
Not really.
Did he mention anything about a police officer being shot?
He did.
What did he tell you about that?
Cop shot, I gotta get away. That's it.
Did he ask you to do anything for him?
That's before a whip.
Right, and I know what a whip is and you do, but you explain to the jury what a whip is?
A vehicle.
Okay, so between 9 and 10 o'clock that night, he called you asking if you could get a vehicle?
Yes.
Well, what did you tell him when you're talking?
I'll see him later.
Did you ask him to call you when you got to Gainesville?
I did.
In the time when he first called you, to later on when he may have got to Gainesville, or when he tried to call you again, did you learn some information?
I did.
What sort of information did you learn that caused you not to want to answer the phone?
The incident of him being here now.
Okay, so you heard about a police officer being shot?
I did.
Why did you not want to answer the phone, sir?
I wasn't gonna give him a car.
You didn't want to get involved, right?
That's right.
Don't get involved. Yeah, we're at 500% volume.
Did he, eventually, did you receive a phone call, or did he try to call you that day again?
I
think he did, but I did not answer the phone.
Right, but did he call you? You didn't answer.
Yeah, I just shut my phone down.
Remember?
This one may
you
have
said
better
anything about
volume.
Trying to get to the border or get out of town like that?
Say, was it
I'm sorry?
Meeting?
Overrule.
You can, sir. Do you recall that at all?
say he was trying to leave?
Okay.
Page 9, line 2 through 5. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, do you remember, you gave a deposition way back, I guess it would have been in June of 2023, remember over the computer, I think?
Yeah, maybe I did.
Okay. I'm gonna approach and show you some of the words that are typed out by the court reporter, just to see if it refreshes your memory. If you could just read from 2 through 5, see if it helps refresh it all.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember him making any statements about wanting to go to the border?
He said something to that effect.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Can I just have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you are released from the subpoena and free to go. State your next witness.
I think Mr. Vanek's talking to him out front. Let me just,
What about the Logitech G Cloud? Tree of Liberty are probably baloney.
If you want to take a stretch break,
did
you're
not
welcome
do
to
that.
stand up.
The Ghost likes the G Cloud. Yeah, defense. Don't want to have that guy blow it all. No questions.
Judge, the state we call him Robert Stafford. He's on his way up. Yeah.
I'm just a kid. I'm sorry. Oh. Boy, he's pounding on that camera on that.
You find the
keyboard,
drink
isn't he?
suitable to your taste? Yeah. Everyone okay? All right.
Is that drink suitable to your taste? I love this judge.
Is a creamer the one that you were looking for? It
Oh,
was not? Oh, which one were you looking for? Okay. Sorry, I had to guess. It was Walmart and it was early.
what a cool
What did
judge.
you say it was? Amaretto? Oh, I can't even pronounce that.
Ah!
If you run out, let me know, okay?
Yeah, we'll just stop the trial with this death penalty trial for your caramel amaretto berry creamer coffee. Ah, this dude's awesome. This chair feels so much better leaning back like this. Where's mine? Oh, there it goes. Un momento, per favor. No. What happened? I didn't do it.
Yeah, use the restroom, now'll be the time.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a refill.
Okay, stand by. Stand by for a moment. Okay, come forward. You'll raise your hand and be sworn, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth in these proceedings, so help you God?
I do.
Follow the deputy over here.
It's Steve-O from Jay Springer.
Make sure you speak loud and clear into the microphone so everyone can hear what you have to say. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name?
My name is Robert Stafford. It's Stafford.
What do you do for work right now, Mr. Stafford?
I'm currently a student.
Were you a law enforcement officer before?
I was.
Did you retire from that?
I kind of moved on to greener pastures. I moved out of state.
Yes, sir. Let's talk about, back in June of 2021. Where were you working at the time?
The Alachua County Sheriff's Office.
What capacity were you working in?
Was the patrol captain in our patrol operations division.
Tell us a little bit about just your law enforcement background.
I started as a dispatcher working for the Williston Police Department, kind of a 911 operator there. Put myself through the police academy and became a police officer for them for about a year. And then from there I moved to the Levy County Sheriff's Office, where I worked for about 2 years. And then moved over to the Alachua County Sheriff's Office, where I worked for 19 years.
Can I get you to stand behind the microphone, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What was your responsibilities as a patrol captain back then, sir?
Daily operations of our patrol division, just ensuring that the deputies had all the equipment that they needed, overseeing just our normal day-to-day operations, making sure that the shifts were filled, making sure we had proper staffing, handling complaints that came in from, citizens and others, and just taking care of our employees and the community.
Yes, sir. If I could bring your attention now to, it would have been June 26th, 2021, somewhere around 4:30 p.m. That day. Did you receive any calls or any information that caused you to start looking for a vehicle?
I did.
Can you tell us what call you received and what you started to look for?
One of my previous assignments with the Alachua County Sheriff's Office is I was assigned to our warrant bureau, where I was dual sworn with the U.S. Marshal Service as one of their special investigators. And I received a phone call from the U.S. Marshal Service, the deputy marshal that handled our area for that fugitive task force. And he gave me some information to look for a vehicle.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle you were asked to look for?
It was a 2016 Honda HR-V.
Was it gray in color?
It was.
Did they give you any guidance about where you might look for it, or did you take that upon yourself to just look around?
He gave me a kind of a rough corridor to look in Gainesville. I-75 runs right through the center of our county. And it was the area of Newberry Road, to State Road 26. It's around the Oaks Mall, kind of back. It's about probably a square mile around that area.
Just my approach to the witness.
May.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states Y for identification. Take a moment and look at these few areas. See if you recognize these there. Are those fair and accurate aerials, one of location from the Daytona area to Gainesville area? Or is the second one a close-up area of Gainesville?
It is.
Anything seem to be changed or altered about those, or they seem to be consistent with maps you've seen before?
They look accurate. The maps I've seen before.
Just not to say that we only states why.
No objection, Your Honor.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Just may I have the witness step down?
We do so, but make sure you speak up loud. Okay, you can stand on this side.
I'm going to show you pics. This is 23A evidence. If you can take this, I'm going to have you stand on the side there so the jury can see. Move it up a little.
All the way as close as you can.
Can you just describe where Daytona is in this map in relation to where Gainesville is?
Daytona Beach is where Penn is, and Gainesville.
So it's, I guess we could say northwest, Gainesville's northwest of Daytona?
It is.
Do you know how far, about if you were to drive?
It typically takes about 2.5 hours to get from Gainesville to Daytona.
Okay. And if I can have you stay up there, showing you what's 23B. Can you just orient the jury as to what this is a map of, sir?
So the I-75 is the state road that, State Road 93, and then State Road 26 is Newberry Road. So speaking of further, and the area that I was pulled to search in is just kind of this area around I-75.
What would be located in this area? What kind of, is it residences or?
Businesses, a mall, and a lot of restaurants, a hospital.
Is that where the Oaks Mall would be, somewhere in that area?
Yeah, those mall is,
Did you begin to look in those areas for the vehicle?
I did.
Tell us what procedure you utilized to start looking for the vehicle.
So the areas that I was looking in were large parking lots, an area where you're working with the horses, and we're looking for fugitives, a lot of them would kind of hide their vehicles in plain sight, so you put them in large parking lots for Flynn. So I looked through
transitioned over to the other side, of I-75, where it's several hotels, there's a lot of vehicles, and then there's a kind of a strip business where there's a bunch of Home Depot and a lot of small businesses, some furniture shops, things like that.
Did you have the license plate number of the vehicle?
Talk about time already?
If I can have you just stay up here for the next, First Witness Judge?
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Z. Just take a moment and look at this, see if you recognize this closet. Okay. This is a fair and accurate depiction of an aerial view of the Home Depot and of a view from on the Home Depot. Anything you change or alter about this? No. This is time to state who is States Z.
No objection.
Without objection, admit this evidence.
What's this map for?
So I'm going to show you what's in evidence as States 24A. So if you can just illustrate to the jury what this is that we're looking at, and then we'll talk about if you found anything here.
This is the strip of businesses that I was referring to earlier. This is the Home Depot, there's a furniture store in here, as well as a liquor store and some other things coming farther in.
Did you have an opportunity to go through and look at the parking lot? Did you see a vehicle that possibly could have been the vehicle you were looking for? Can you tell the jury where you were when you saw that and what you had to do?
I entered in the drive through the center drive here, made a left, and went down the back side of the lot. Saw the vehicle parked approximately in this area.
Could I have you just some of the let me slide this.
So when I drove in this way and drove to the back of the parking lot and then drove across. I saw a vehicle that matched the description of it, parked in this area along the road, which is backside of the parking lot.
I'm going to show you what's 24B. Is this a frontal view of we were just talking about right here, that area? Is that a front view?
It is.
Tell us where the car was parked and how it was parked, sir.
It was 3 spots in from the edge, back all the way up against the.
When you say back up against the bushes, was the license plate concealed where you weren't able to see it at that point?
When I drove in front of the vehicle, it looked like the car that I was looking for, just based on, I pulled up a Google image of Honda HRVs to see what the body type looked like. It looked like that vehicle, so I drove out. I couldn't see it from the front, so I drove around to the outside here, parked on the other side of the street, and I had to walk up and basically move the bushes out of the way in order to.
And just to back up to something.
Are those
you said
chickens?
before, so you saw a vehicle that looks
Those
similar to
chickens?
HRV, but in order for you to make a more definitive, you actually had to pull up a page from the internet.
Yes.
When you pulled the bushes away, did the license? Do you remember what the license plate number was?
If I could refer to my notes, I know
Yeah.
it was a California plate.
Will that refresh your memory, sir?
It will.
Yes, sir.
It was 7 NTX 532. It was California.
California, yes, sir. So once you verified it was the vehicle, what did you do next?
At that point, I retreated back to my vehicle, and then I drove back around to the front and was on the other side of that. Kind of see a little grass area where the power pole is, kind of directly in front of it.
Right here.
Yeah, I drove on the other side of that and contacted our dispatch center and notified them that I'd located the vehicle and asked for them to dispatch a couple deputies to my area.
Did you, basically, at that point, were you securing the vehicle and keeping in contact with it?
Yes, I was just keeping distance because I didn't know
maybe going on inside the vehicle, so I just stayed back from it, contacted some other deputies before we approached it.
Did other deputies arrive to assist you?
Yes.
Once they arrive, did you guys, I guess, clear the vehicle or do something to make sure it's safe?
Yeah, I had one of our canines come around. We knew the vehicle was going to be taken back as evidence to the sheriff's office and be put inside of our secure storage, which is inside of our sheriff's office. I had one of our canines come around that is a bomb detection canine, just to walk around the vehicle, just to make sure there wasn't anything explosive inside.
Once you cleared the vehicle, made sure it was safe, was that vehicle then sealed up and towed to your, I guess, your sheriff's office?
It was.
When you saw the vehicle that day, did you see anybody inside of it or see anyone around it that night?
No, when we initially approached it, all the windows were up, the doors were locked. We didn't see anything inside of it or anyone inside of it. So then we just proceeded from there.
And just,
So we're clear, this was on June 26th that you had discovered it?
Correct.
may I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes,
No further questions, Judge.
all right, thank you. Any, what else?
I didn't. Morning, Mr. Stafford. You said that you'd received a call that they wanted you to look for a 2016 gray Honda HR-V. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then when you were searching around, it's not up there anymore, but when you were searching around, you found the a vehicle that matched that in the Home Depot parking lot.
I did.
All right. And from there, you pulled up an image of it on a website or, internet just to confirm what it looks like?
Previous to my search, I pulled just an image of what that vehicle looked like, so I kind of had an idea on what I was looking for before I started searching.
And you knew absolutely that it was an HR-V, right?
Yes.
So when you went up and you look at the car and it's a different model, you're going to say, well, yes, it was similar, but it's not the right model. So you would have gone on elsewhere, right? Okay. And then once you did see that it was an HR-V, you then walked
Remember, a
around
CRV and
looked at the license plate
HRV,
to
the only
confirm
difference
it
is one's a
was
hybrid.
in fact, the car that they wanted you to look for.
Correct.
All right. And all you had to do was walk around the car and look at the license plate.
I had to actually go around to the back because it was backed into the bushes. I couldn't see the plate from the sides. So I had to go around to the other side of the bushes and pull the bushes out of the way in order to see the plate.
But you were able to see it, right? Once you pulled it away.
Yeah, once I pulled it away, it unobscured it.
And then when you had everybody else come in with the K-9, all that, did you do any searching of the vehicle? Okay. Collect any evidence? I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect
No, sir. You can be excused.
from the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're free to go. You're releasing the subpoena.
Thank you.
Sure.
What's going on here? Thank you, Florida.
The next witness might take us a little bit into the lunch hour, but we'll accommodate for that. Okay, call you next witness.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, you speak loud and clear into the microphone so they can hear what you have to say, okay?
Yes, sir.
May I inquire, Judge?
You may proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your entire name and spell it for the court report?
Sure. David Dinardi, D-A-V-I-D, Dinardi,
Dinardi.
D-I-N-A-R-D-I.
What is your current occupation?
I'm a sergeant detective with the Daytona Beach Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer with Daytona Beach?
A little over 17 years.
Were you anywhere else before Daytona Beach?
Yes, I was a Boston police officer for 9 years.
How long have you been in the robbery homicide division, sir?
I was in the robbery homicide division 7 years as a detective, and I've now been there 2 years as the supervisor.
At the time of this incident back in June of 2021, were you there in your capacity as a detective?
Yes.
It's somewhat self-explanatory, but what types of cases does robbery homicide handle?
The robbery homicide unit investigates robberies, homicides, missing people, and any other deaths that occur outside the care of a doctor.
How many detectives are typically in the robbery homicide division?
There are currently 5 full-time detectives and 3 part-time detectives as well.
Does the robbery homicide unit have access to a crime scene investigation unit?
Yes.
When robbery homicide gets a new case, so new robbery, new homicide, is one detective typically assigned as the lead detective to the case?
Yes, sir.
But when a detective is assigned to a case, do they do every single thing that has to do with that case?
No.
How does it work? When a lead detective is assigned, does he rely on his other detectives to carry out investigative leads as well?
Yes, absolutely. Like you said, while there is one detective who is assigned as the lead detective, we do operate and function as a team. So when possible, we all respond to the scene, and then we all work together as a team.
Is there typically an on-call detective from the division?
Yes.
I'm sliding down.
And going back to June of 2021, when you were a detective in that division, were you the on-call detective on June 23rd?
I was the on-call detective that week, and then I was also working at the time of the incident.
So you're working nights that week?
Yes, I was.
Does Tom Gillis know this?
And did you become the lead detective in this case?
Yes, I did.
Do you know Tom Gillis?
When and how were you first notified of Officer Rayner being shot?
I was first notified when, like I said, I was working that night. Officer Rayner was shot and killed in District 2, and I was in District 1 at the time, so I was on a different radio channel. But I believe almost, very quickly, the dispatcher on the Channel 1 radio said something about an officer being down
Hey,
in
Mrs.
District 2.
K-Griff.
And did you actually go out to 133 Kingston?
Yes, I did.
Oh, that feels like oh my gosh.
Can you describe that building generally for the jury?
Sure. 133 Kingston Avenue is a 2-story apartment complex. It is kind of like a light yellow in color. Like I said, it's 2 stories. There are 12 apartments in total in the building. There's 6 apartments that face the front of the building, and then 6 that face the rear, 3 on each floor.
I put my feet up.
How long after the actual shooting do you think you got there?
I probably got there approximately 5 minutes after the shooting.
Were there other officers already on scene?
Yes.
Was Officer Rayner still there?
Yes, he was.
What was going on with him when you arrived?
When I arrived, he was there were several officers around him trying to help him, and I believe the ambulance had just shown up as well. So they were trying to tend to Officer Rayner.
I don't like that.
Were you there when Officer Rayner was taken away in the ambulance?
Yes, I was.
In terms of resources at the location, did you have multiple detectives at your disposal that night?
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is so much better.
After Officer Rayner was transported by emergency responders, what was your focus? What was the number one priority at that point in time?
Most important thing right there was to figure out what had happened and who had shot Officer Rayner. Was our priority.
And what was the most important piece of evidence you had at that point in time?
The most important piece of evidence was Officer Rayner's Axon camera.
And do you know, as the lead investigator, what happened to his Axon after he was transported to the hospital?
Yes, the Axon was brought to the beachside precinct where it was docked so that the camera footage could be uploaded and then viewed by investigators.
So that was disseminated to various investigators with your agency after it was docked and downloaded?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, I did.
Was the person who shot Officer Rayner clearly depicted in that video?
Yes, he was.
Was the front of his vehicle clearly depicted in that video?
Yes, it was.
And how did you use that video to aid in your investigation and in contacting members of the community that night?
The Axon, several screenshots were taken from that video. A screenshot that clearly showed the suspect's face, and then a screenshot was also taken that clearly showed the suspect's vehicle. And then those screenshots were, we used them when we conducted the multiple neighborhood canvasses that we took part in.
Yeah, first witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, man. Why did I do this for the first year and I didn't have a camera on?
State 7.
There we go. Sweet.
Is that one of the screen grabs that you use?
No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Yes, sir.
Is that one of the person of the vehicle?
This is the one of the vehicle.
All this is because I have a pinch in my neck.
Yes, it does.
Showing you the composite. There's 2 photographs.
Oh, this is so awesome. Now I need a better keyboard setup.
Yes, I do.
What does that depict?
This is a screenshot from Officer Rayner's body worn camera that depicts the suspect of the person who shot and killed him.
And was that one of the other photographs you used to show the members?
Yes, it was.
Is that Darth
You
Hideous?
said you did a neighborhood
shown
canvas.
up?
Who did this neighborhood canvas?
Multiple officers and detectives.
I mean, what is it? Is it just pretty much knocking on doors?
Yes, and just knock on doors, just try to find any potential witnesses.
And that include all the apartments at 133 Kingston?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about 133 Kingston. Was there any surveillance cameras or video that showed the back of the parking lot where Officer Rayner was shot?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, did one house actually have surveillance video from across the street?
Yes.
Do you recall that address?
Yes, 110 Kingston Avenue.
And was that video surveillance collected by your fellow investigators?
Yes, sir.
And what about in terms of contacting the residents at 133 Kingston? Did y'all have any luck there on your neighborhood canvas?
Yes, we did.
And what person was it that was contacted?
Taisha Lewis.
And do you know who first spoke with Miss Lewis?
Yes, Detective Mary Toludo.
And did Detective Toledo tell you about her conversation with Miss Lewis?
Yes, she did.
Did you end up also making contact with Miss Lewis?
Yes, I did.
And did you interview Miss Lewis?
Yes, I did.
And did you show Miss Lewis anything?
Yes, I did.
Did that include, may I approach your name or not?
Mayor.
Page 7 and 8 that we were just looking at?
Yes, sir. Both of those.
First state 7, can you just hold that up for the jury so they know which one we're talking about? That's the photograph. Just
Step aside.
Yes, this is the photograph of the vehicle.
And was she able to identify whose vehicle that was?
Yes.
Whose was it?
That was the vehicle used by Othal Wallace.
And did you also show her states 8? You hold that up for the jury against it, which we're talking about?
Yes, I also showed Miss Lewis this photograph.
Did she know that person?
Yes.
Who was that person?
She identified this person as Othal Wallace.
Sir? Once you had Mr. Wallace identified from the video, what did you do with this information?
Once Othal Wallace was identified, our shift then focused on doing an extensive background history on Mr. Wallace to find out as much information as we could about him.
So you just wanted to learn as much as you could about him as a person?
Yes.
Did this include trying to find potential phone numbers?
Yes.
Did it include trying to find contacts and addresses?
Yes.
And what about social media accounts?
Yes, social media as well.
And were detectives able to locate a social media account for Othal Wallace?
Yes, they were.
And did this include an Instagram account?
Yes, it did.
Do you recall the Instagram account name?
Yes.
What was it?
Watch
sir?
out for Instagram.
RBG Vibes.
RBG vibes.
Did one of your fellow detectives bring to your attention that night a story or an audio posting that was put on that account?
Yes.
Which detective was that?
Detective Christian Batella.
And did he actually send you a copy of this audio recording?
Yes, he did.
Did you have a chance to listen to it yourself?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did Detective Batella preserve that audio clip?
Yes, he did.
And once you had identified this Instagram profile, RBG Vibes, you said?
Yes, sir.
Did you send anything to Instagram for purposes of your investigation?
Yes.
What did you send?
A preservation request was sent to Instagram.
And what's a preservation request?
It is
Yeah,
when
just
we
really-
notify a company, in this case Instagram, we send them information about the account name, for example, RBG Vibes in this case, and we tell them that as a result of a criminal investigation we're conducting, we would like to preserve this. So it kind of means they kind of freeze the account at that moment in time, so that if anything is deleted, we can still have access to it later with a court order.
To kind of give you more time to potentially get a search warrant if that was the case?
Yes.
Now, having identified Othal Wallace and his vehicle from the body-worn camera, what did you do?
He was identified. We started to look for Mr. Wallace.
And did you obtain a warrant for his arrest?
Yes, sir.
At that time, for what charge?
Attempted first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer.
And why was it attempted at that point in time?
When the warrant was obtained, which was the next day, June 24th, Jason Reno was still alive
And where was he?
at Halifax Hospital.
Were you and your agency in constant communication with Halifax really over the next several weeks?
Yes, sir.
And you said just before that you were turning your attention to trying to find Mr. Wallace.
Yes.
Were you assisted by other agencies in trying to locate Mr. Wallace?
Yes.
And what other agencies were helping Daytona Beach?
There were numerous agencies, other local agencies, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, the state agency, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, as well as federal agencies to include the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Marshals.
And who took the lead in terms of actually trying to find him of those agencies?
The U.S. Marshals took the lead.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
The
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
All right,
police officer
cross-examination.
died 2 months after being nerfed in the face. It's 2 months,
Detective Donardi?
if I'm not mistaken.
Good morning.
Sir, you've been a law enforcement officer for almost 25 years, is that correct?
A little over 26.
26, I'm sorry. You'd agree with me that an officer's powers of observation are important to hone in on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me that just as important to observe those who are deserving of suspicion, it's also important for an officer to understand who are not deserving of suspicion. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
You have many tools of the trade as a law enforcement officer, don't you?
Yes.
Body-worn camera?
Yes.
Body-worn camera was critical to this case.
Yes.
And the purpose of body-worn cameras, I would say in a word, and correct me if I'm wrong, would be transparency. Would you agree with that?
That's part of it, yes.
Also officer safety?
Yes.
The more information that we have on a body-worn camera, the more information that you have to look into and investigate.
Yes.
Okay. One of the aspects of the body-worn camera is that it is on when an officer is engaging a member of the public. Do you agree with that?
It depends what you mean by the word engaging.
Okay. Going up to a person who's sitting in their car out in front of their apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of the policy for the body-worn camera is when you press it, it goes back for 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
All right. And that's set forth in the policy.
Yes.
Are you familiar with what Daytona Beach policy would enable an officer to engage sleep mode, thereby preventing the 30-second look back?
Not without reviewing the policy.
Okay. You reviewed the body-worn camera extensively in this investigation. Do you agree with that?
Guys,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
streaming on Facebook.
And Mr. Rayner was shot on June 23rd, right?
Yes, sir.
And the next day, on June 24th, you accused my client of attempted first-degree murder.
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, in terms of the procedure in that accusation, you authored what's called a charging affidavit against him, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of another word to say your report,
Yes.
right? And had Mr. Wallace been found that day, he would have been arrested for attempted first-degree murder, right?
Yes.
Based upon the allegations that you set forth.
Yes.
And you've been doing this for 26 years. I'm sure you appreciate the importance of report writing.
Yes.
And I think we can both agree that not every single fact that you observe or take in goes into a report, right?
Yes, sir.
But the important ones, correct?
Yes.
Foundational, fundamental facts should go into a report.
Again, like you said, not everything goes in it. No, goes into a report.
Okay. And there's kind of a difference between like the master, we'll call it like the incident report, and then supplemental reports, right?
Yes.
A supplemental report would be something that details your involvement at some point after you've already drafted a report.
Yes.
And you did, I don't know if you remember at the top of your head, I mean, I have a charging affidavit and I have several supplements, 4 or 5. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That sounds correct. Yes, sir.
And report, in terms of the procedure of doing a supplemental report, everybody in the agency would know that that's something that you can do if you come across information after the fact, right?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with the contents of your report that you drafted on June 24th, 2021?
Are you referring to the charging affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me that within the charging affidavit where you accuse my client of first-degree murder, you make no reference at all to Mr. Rayner potentially pursuing the stolen vehicle that we've been talking about?
Objection.
Overrule.
So I'll repeat the question for you. You would agree with me that in the sworn charging affidavit wherein you accuse my client of first-degree murder, you make no reference of Jason Rayner going and pursuing a potential stolen vehicle?
That is correct.
Okay. You would also agree within that same charging affidavit, which you authored one day after the shooting, that there's no mention of Officer Rayner's suspicions being alerted due to my client engaging in any cannabis possession or smoking?
That is correct.
Furthermore, you would agree with me that there is no reference in your report about any contact that you had with Amanda Dickens and any information that she might have
Amanda Dickens.
involving Mr. Rayner's duties that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there's no detail either in this report or any other report talking about you going and interviewing those that had contact with Jason Rayner on his last shift. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I'll characterize it, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but there's really no discussion within your charging affidavit about the origin or basis for Officer Rayner going and making contact with my client while he was sitting in his car in front of his apartment.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
However, you do make reference to, and I'm just reading from line 10, the black male failed to follow lawful commands. You put that in your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. However, you would agree with me that also within your report, there's nowhere that talks about any probable cause that would justify an encounter between Jason Rayner and Othal Wallace.
Here's our Fourth Amendment.
Probable cause is not necessary for an encounter.
Okay. Because a person can just walk away from an irregular encounter, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's different than probable cause. You have to stay because you're detained.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if an officer has a reasonable suspicion or probable cause, they can detain that person, right?
Yes, sir.
And they can make an order based upon such suspicion. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And if the person disobeys that order, that person is violating the law.
Correct.
Okay. So on the opposite side of things, if an officer has a proper suspicion and they command a person to stay, the command that is levied is a lawful command.
I'm going to object elements and also.
We got into it overall.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. If an officer is acting on a founded suspicion and they make a command to a person in line with that suspicion, that command is a lawful command.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And yet you make no reference to, in your report, why you categorize Mr. Rayner's actions as lawful.
Categorize it that way from watching the body cam video.
Okay, understood. And let's talk about the body worn camera footage. Do you know approximately how many hours or minutes you spent looking at that video?
No, sir.
Okay. Over 50, over 100?
Probably at least 50.
Okay. Prior to charging my client, or?
Probably 50 overall, at least 50 overall.
Understood. Do you know approximately how many hours you would have reviewed it in connection with your charging affidavit?
No, sir.
And in the video, you agree that we don't have that 30-second look back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nowhere in your report do you contemplate the fact that Jason Rayner had disabled the normal 30-second look back and went into sleep mode?
Correct. That is not in my report.
Had the 30-second look back existed, we would obviously have the depictions of what Officer Rayner observed in those 30 seconds from the time that he put his camera on backwards.
Yes.
You would agree that when the video first comes up, there is no observable criminal activity in the frame that you see?
Are we talking about what possibly Officer Rayner observed or just from the video itself?
I'm just talking about you relied on the video in connection with your investigation shows, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that upon looking at the video, there's nothing, let's just take the first 10 seconds when Rayner gets out and walks over to the car before he's even in between the two cars. There is no observable criminal activity depicted in the video.
Here we
Based
go.
solely on what I can see in the video, that is correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me that had you believed that Officer Rayner observed some criminal activity when he went around the side of the car, that you would have put it in your report?
I can't tell what Officer Rayner observed.
And I appreciate that, and
That's
I'm not
not
asking
fair.
you to do that. My question is for you as the lead investigator in this murder investigation and for your colleagues, had you observed criminal activity in the video, you would have put it in your report?
Again, if it was observable in the video, then yes.
Okay. So I guess we can move on to something else, and we can agree that you, in investigating this murder of your colleague, saw no criminal activity in the video.
Strictly from the video, that is correct.
Okay.
Glad he said strictly from the video.
And similarly, you investigated the fact, or let me ask a better question. You would agree that there was no 911 call placed by any citizen that prompted Jason Rayner to appear at 133 Kingston and have a contact?
No, there's a
with police?
bolo.
That is correct.
Okay. You would agree with me that there's no evidence to suggest that any citizen or member of the community flagged down Jason Rayner's car and told him to go and make contact with somebody at 133 Kingston Avenue?
I don't think I can answer that because Officer Rayner is not here today.
Okay. You uncovered there was no person that came forward in the investigation and said, I flagged
That's what
down
the Fourth
Jason
Amendment
Rayner and
says.
said, go back there and check out what this guy's doing in his car, right?
That is correct.
In reviewing the video, you would agree with me that there is no depiction of any smoke emanating from Mr. Wallace's vehicle?
Again, from what I can see on the video, there does not appear to be smoke, no.
Okay. And similarly, you would also agree that there are no visible embers associated with any cannabis, blunt, or joint, or cigarette, or whatever you want to call it, right?
Again, based solely on the video, no.
And obviously, you've probably encountered cannabis in your duties, right?
Yes.
And I'll be fair, you can smell, we'll call it a roach or a burnt cigarette that has an odor to it, right?
Yes.
However, what is the more pungent odor that would arise suspicion would be if the cannabis is burning, right? Let me ask you a better question. It's a heck of a lot easier to tell if somebody's in possession of marijuana if they're holding a joint that's burning as opposed to a joint that's not burning.
I believe so, yes.
And again, there's not, and I know that I was singular in my questions about your charging affidavit, but if I'm wrong, please correct me. But in reviewing all of your supplemental reports that you authored in this case, there's not a single mention of this stolen vehicle pursuit in any of them. Is that correct?
I believe you're correct, yes.
Okay. And the same question goes for cannabis. There's not a single mention of cannabis in any of these reports.
Again, I believe you're correct, yes.
And you would agree with me that that theory of this stolen vehicle pursuit came long after my client was charged with first-degree murder?
I don't know when a theory was developed.
Okay. So you have no idea from where or from whom this central part of the state's prosecution arose?
That's an answer, Judge.
Sustained.
Same thing for cannabis? You have any idea when that came into the picture?
No, sir, but to get back to the stolen car, that came out that evening.
Pardon me?
The stolen car came out, that evening.
Okay. You just didn't put any mention of it in your report?
No, sir.
There are observable differences between the vehicle that's depicted in the bolo and my client's vehicle. Do you agree with that?
Differences and similarities, yes.
Okay. And those similarities on the passenger side of the vehicle would be the back rear lighting of my client's vehicle?
Without having the two pictures in front of me, I don't think I can
Well, let me ask
That's
this.
lighting.
I mean, if you close your eyes, you can picture kind of the opening frame of the video, right?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that there's nothing that's obscuring Officer Rayner's ability to see the passenger side of my client's vehicle?
Objection calls for speculation based on Officer Rayner's song.
Rephrase the question, please.
Sir, do you have 20/20 eyesight?
no, sir.
What's your eyesight?
I don't know.
Okay. You went to the scene that night?
Yes,
Okay, you stood in essentially the same area that Mr. Wallace's vehicle was in that evening?
yes,
Okay. You consider yourself a reasonable person?
yes, sir.
Right. And if you're standing in the location that Jason Rayner was standing, using fairly decent eyesight, do you agree that there was nothing that was obscuring Jason Rayner's ability to see the entirety of the passenger?
I'm talking to myself all the time.
Objection, speculation, and asking what Jason Rayner saw.
I think for a
You brought up
reasonable
the thing
person,
about
same
the 20/20
circumstances, good
eyesight.
Okay. Do you understand the question?
I would like him to repeat it again.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything blocking Mr. Rayner's view from seeing the passenger side of Othal's car?
Objection, speculation, you can't testify as to what Officer Rayner saw.
Sustained.
Have you seen the video? You've seen the video, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in the video anything obscuring Officer Rayner's ability to
Wasn't it-
see the
that
passenger
has
side of
with
the
his
car?
20/20 eyesight. Did he have glasses on that night? I mean, there's a
You
bunch
can
of
see parts
questions
of the
there.
passenger side,
The point
yes.
of
Okay, that's
the
not my question. My
argument
question is, do you
to
see
put a
anything that's
seed out into
obscuring Jason Rayner's ability to see the passenger side of the
Jury.
car?
Again, it depends if you're saying the passengers, parts of it or the entire passenger, the entire.
Let's start with the entire passenger side of the car. Anything obscuring?
I don't know if there's anything obscuring, but I also don't know if Officer Rayner could have seen the entire passenger side of the car.
That is the best phrase,
You may.
And this is
wording,
what they
how to
said.
describe how I feel
And
about this
maybe
case.
I'm asking a confused question. When I talk about something obscuring, talking about, I can't see through this solid item right here, right?
Correct.
Okay, so just point out to the jury, take as much time you want. Tell me what items would obscure Jason Rayner's ability to see the side of that vehicle in that picture?
Jason wore glasses. How about that one?
Okay, I'll withdraw. What do you see that's obscuring Jason Rayner's ability to see the side of the, what do you
Again,
see that
that's
obscures the
subjective.
passenger side of that vehicle?
Objection, speculation, and the best evidence is the photograph itself, just an evidence for the jury to look at.
The video is the best evidence. Sustained.
Picture's worth 1,000 words.
Mr. Wallace refers to Mr. Rayner as sir in the video.
Objection, again, the best evidence is the video is in evidence for the jury to look at and making their decision in this case.
Best evidence is the video sustained.
Detective, whenever you were being asked questions by the state, did the state give you the benefit of watching the video in connection with your testimony? Here today, just a few moments ago?
No, sir.
Do you recall being present at an evidence view? With myself and Mr. Shoemaker?
Yes.
Object to beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor.
Overrule.
The duty belt in the case, very important piece of evidence, right?
Yes.
Sorry, the what?
The duty belt? The duty belt was an important piece of evidence?
Yes.
He said
Probably
duty
the most
again.
important piece of evidence?
No, sir.
Next to the video, second best?
Objection, relevance, Judge.
I'll move
Sustained.
on, no problem. The duty belt was kept in this paper bag here?
Now everybody's getting it.
I believe it was put in
Thank
that
you,
bag,
Tree
yes.
of Liberty.
Just this bag, nothing else?
I believe so, yes.
And in the duty belt that we have for the jury, the gun is out of
Might
the
have.
holster, right?
Yes, sir.
And the taser is out of the holster too, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree
You
with
said
me
the gun's
that
out of the
there
holster?
are no contemporaneous pictures of the way that the taser existed on the night of June 23rd, 2021?
I believe you're correct, yes.
And the taser itself has a mechanism that you unclip it from the back portion of the taser?
Yes.
Actually, could you describe the series of events that an officer has to do in order to take their taser out of their belt?
It's kind of hard for me. I don't think I could properly explain it. I don't wear a duty belt. It's kind of just something I do from muscle memory. I don't think I could put it into words.
And can you testify that during the interaction between Rayner and Wallace that Jason Rayner didn't go for his belt in some capacity?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Can you tell that whenever Jason Rayner's belt was removed from his person, that the switch on his taser was not engaged for use?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yeah.
Approaching with a IDB for the defense.
Yeah. So, guys, you see now where the complications were for me. Okay, this is me. My issues come in here. We have a issue about death penalty. We have an issue that's Fourth Amendment question. You have the question about self-defense. I mean, that is the defense of this. This is they have it on video of him popping the cop. And he's still going to say self-defense. This is an amazingly deep case. This is probably the most heavy-duty thinking case you're going to see on YouTube. Jeez, man. I thought Shabusiness would be big,
You
but
can
no.
rephrase the question.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the duty belt as it was photographed in your presence on December 27th, 2000?
It appears to be, yes.
And just the last follow-up question, appears to be a fair, accurate depiction. To your knowledge, there's been no alterations, no deletions, no enhancements to these photographs. They appear to be a clear version of what we would have seen.
Much more complex. You actually, like, this is one that we could have a map, you know?
All right,
We
thank
get,
you.
Bill Cosby's pen,
Any
new picture
redirect?
pages.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Detective Sergeant Donardi,
I'm not going to say it.
what is the purpose of that charging affidavit, the probable cause affidavit?
The
I went
purpose
law school
is
become
to
a YouTuber.
put in
That's what I'm gonna start
evidence
saying.
to, I guess, show to a judge that there is probable cause that the person accused committed the crime for which he's accused.
Okay, so you're
Yes.
doing kind of an outline of the case
I
to
wanna ask
establish
him a
probable
question.
cause to get an arrest warrant, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So do you put every single detail in a charging affidavit?
No, sir.
And your investigation, you said you got that warrant on the 24th?
Yes, sir.
Did your investigation just stop on the 24th?
No, sir.
Would that be prudent to just stop an investigation on the 24th after you've established probable cause to arrest somebody?
No, sir.
The supplements that you filed, did those go over several months afterwards, documenting some of your personal
Is this the
involvement in the
prosecution?
case?
Months and years,
I
yes.
wasn't paying attention.
And in terms of what happened that night, you mentioned that you were aware of the chase of a Honda vehicle that night.
Yes, sir.
Was that documented on other officers' body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
Was that documented on other officers' police reports?
Yes.
And all of that is, of course, made available to the defense in a prosecution?
Yes.
Try not to lead, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ooh.
And defense
Have you ever
asked
heard a
you
judge do that one without an
about,
objection?
in your report, there was
Hey, counsel,
nothing
settle
of
down
what
over there. You're
Officer
leading.
Rayner thought or saw was going on in the car. Defense asked
Wow.
that. You remember
That's a
that?
very fair judge.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Defense asked you, there was nothing in your report about Officer Rayner thinking it was a stolen vehicle or thinking there was some other reason that you came into contact with Othal Wallace. Do you recall that question?
I do, yes.
Were you able to ask Officer Rayner ever what was going through his mind in this case?
Unfortunately, no.
Why not?
He was in the hospital in no condition to talk for approximately 55 days before he passed away.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
55
Yes, sir.
days. 55.
I have no further questions, but I will need him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Any across?
Detective Denardi,
I'd like
there
to
are
understand
things
that.
that Jason Rayner could have done that would have been depicted on the video to give some insight into what he was thinking. Do you agree with that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Nowhere in any of your reports, whether it be an incident report, a charging affidavit, a supplementary report, do you ever mention anything about a stolen vehicle?
As I said earlier, yes, you're correct.
Okay. And similarly to the cannabis, nowhere in any of your reports.
Same thing, you're correct, yes.
Okay. When an officer comes up on any scene, consensual encounter, probable cause, or what have you, they have the ability to key in to dispatch about what they're doing and who they're contacting, right?
Objection beyond the scope or be direct.
Sustain.
Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, nobody's talking, but we do have this one. Get a different angle here. I like how now the white hair guy here, he's the who am I thinking of? Oh, I was thinking of the wrong guy. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
I think our lunch, recess at this time. Make it, 1:45, remind you not to talk about the case anyway. All rise for the jury.
Oh, it's lunchtime now.
All right, we'll recess at 1:45.
We said 145? Did he say 145? Not 115? The answer is depends. 145? Holy cow. I was 1.5 yesterday. I wasn't paying attention to it. Well, you know what? I approve that hour and a half lunch because you know what? It takes you 15 minutes to get somewhere and 15 minutes to come back. All right. What do you guys want to do for the next hour and a half? You want to hang out, chill in the chat? I'm going to take a shower. Aren't you glad to know that? I better turn the camera off. I'll take a shower. I'm going to shave. Oh, boy. Yeah, that sounds good. Aren't you glad I yawned right into the microphone? Jeez. Nap stream would be awesome. Yeah, go run them. I need to. I need to go to somewhere. All right, guys. Hour and a half. So what time to do it? 1:10. 1:55. It'll be like 2:00. 1:45. I'll be back. Okay. But I'm just gonna leave this running. I'm going to put myself on stop camera. And I'm gonna go see a man about a horse and clean myself. Love y'all. Be good. Don't anybody go out there and get any speeding tickets or anything. And you better come back here because I mean we don't know what's gonna happen next. Love you guys. Thank you. It's amazing what being clean does. I don't think Brown Dog's happy with me. I can hear myself. Where am I? Anyway, those of you from Michigan Law Show, welcome in. Hello. We already see Broken Baker. The Jungle Minx is here. Awesome. Yeah, man, that was awesome. Thank you. I just got out of the shower. And you sent Broken Baker over to me. Boy, I know some I know some girls that'd be jealous about that one. Oh, maybe a few dudes. I don't know. Anyway, guys, so what we've got here, those of you that are tuning in, we have a coonhound in the background. So let me close my door. All right. Let's see here. So since I've left, I've lost my sunglasses, which sucks because it's bright. It's getting brighter, so I keep that ghost away. Anyway, guys, so what we've got here is this is the Ozone Wallace case from Daytona Beach, Florida. He nerfed a police officer. No, you can't come in here. You're rude. Do you hear her scratching? Hey, Jenny B, how are you doing? Oh, hey, we have Jessica B and Jenny B. Cool. Anyway, so what's happened is this guy, we've got him, he is on film, on body camera footage. He's sitting in his car, and a police officer, Jason Rayner, goes up to him and says, "Hey man, why are you sitting back here?" Just like Coonhound says, "Hey dude, why are you sitting over there? Hang on. You are a mean dog. You abused me. Come inside. What else can I do for you? Come inside. Here, you move the stuff on the bed. There, would you like to get up there? There you go. So, the blue tick coonhound is on the daybed. What are you doing over there? Why'd you show your butt of all things? I was trying to brag on you. Okay, let's try that again. There she is on her daybed. And that's something. So, body cam footage shows Officer Rainer gets out of his car, goes up to Ozone and says, "Hey man, what are you doing sitting back here behind this apartment complex?" And Ozone says, "Hey man, I just sit wherever I want to." Gets out of the car. Next thing you know, the police officer is like, "Dude, stop, sit down, sit down, sit down." And then you hear a pop, and you see the footage fall to the ground. That is 2 months later. Officer Rayner passed away. And we just found out this morning that he was talking most of that time. So that was neat. Where this matters to us, Florida has just passed a new death penalty law. Okay. You no longer have to have a unanimous vote. It is a majority. So it is 8-4 will give you the death penalty now in Florida. And I'm trying to move everything around. So an 8-4 vote, it's all it takes to get the death penalty now in Florida. So this is a new one. Is that a constitutional? Is that cruel and unusual punishment? I don't know. That might become an issue if Ozone gets the death penalty. Next thing is Ozone was sitting in his car, right? Do you guys sit in your car? MLS, he and I do something that I thought, till I met him, I didn't know other people did this too. We like to sit in our cars because it's our fortress of solitude. The seat's comfortable. You got the air conditioning or the heater. You know, you're quiet. It's quiet. Like I'll sit in the car in the garage to talk on the phone, to read something. He does MLS does his work from the car. If you just it's a weird way to explain it, but you have everything there. You have that cup holder perfect. You've got the steering wheel holding up your laptop or your documents. Once you get used to it, you understand it. Do you know where you live? If you live in a crime map area, a high crime area, do you know if your jurisdiction has a crime map, like a high crime area? I don't know where it is. Usually those things are done by zip codes. I was talking about earlier today, the city of Memphis is like one, two, or three like most prolific cities in America for crime or the nerfing of people. Okay. If you take out one zip code from the city of Memphis, Memphis is one of the safest big cities in America. Weird, right? I don't know where those lines are, though. I don't know if I'm on the right side or the wrong side. So what happens is the Fourth Amendment gives everybody the right of the people to be secure their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants a big deal too, shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by an oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched. No, ma'am. Of the persons or things to be seized. Because of this high crime area, it's like in New York, you used to have the stop and frisk laws. Well, this is what it looks like Ozone's defense team is going to go with this afternoon. Okay, or they have kind of alluded to it yesterday and stuff. No, that's not yours. Excuse me for a moment. Outside. Right back out. Launch your indoor privileges. Yep. And I want Coonhound. Blue Tick Coonhound be yours for the low price of I'll give you a month of food. Sorry. No, I love her to death. She's my baby doll. So anyway, that's what we're waiting on now with Ozone and this afternoon. Very titillating, isn't it? Isn't it just the most exciting thing? Aren't you all excited to be here? I know it's not sexy like Jody Arias or a case like that. It is. Okay, he's not back yet. I should have kept that stream up anyway. What's that? Blast from the past. Okay. Anyway. I keep hearing a ding. Let me make sure I've got everything turned off up here. Focus. Do not disturb. Awesome. And we should be good to go. So, anybody have any questions in the chat? Let me go back here a little bit. Welcome you guys and read some questions. Guys, if I know you from everywhere, like Squaw Bob I see here, eat him and take over Blue Dog. See the respect I get, guys. I'm going to skip over you, but I will be, I'm going to say hi to everybody that I can. Jessica B says hi to Miami Spice. Jonathan, more hellos? No, dude. Oh, wait, Jonathan, you're the one with the cool avatar. Dude, you don't have to say hello. You just say, dude. I'm like, I got you. Dude, we speak a language. Yes, the Riz. Yes, Absolutely love it. Mads, how are you doing? Mads, you know what? Your avatar, I thought you were the Riddler at first. That's a cool shirt, man. I dig Hawaiian shirts. Dragon Man, what's happening? Dragon Man came in earlier. I'm sitting in my car right now. Lunch break. There you go. Please hit the thumbs up and please be sure and subscribe, guys. I've lost a bunch of subs past week. I was so happy. I was at 2.75 and then I went down to like 2.3. I was like, oh, that sucks. Yeah, please tickle the like. Broken Baker, he knows how to handle his loafs. You gotta be gentle with them. I love sitting in either of my cars. It's something about it. We're a personality type. Let's see here. Eris, how are you doing? But do you sit in your car in a high crime area where drive-by shootings and drug deals are a thing? I don't know. I don't know. High crime areas. Okay, yeah, I do. You know why? Think about gentrification. Oh, cool. There's a new restaurant open downtown. Let's go check it out. Love it. Love it. You know when you're in a high crime area? Viking Raid. Awesome. Gee, how are you doing? By the way, got to love the cartoon Calico. Calico cats are a unique thing. Oh my gosh, I won't sit in a high crime area. My town has 3,500 people in it. I don't think you have a high crime area, Jessica. That is awesome. See here. I won't even drive through Nashville or Memphis without carrying my pistol. Have to go through sometimes. Yeah, Nashville's dangerous, okay? Nashville's got probably worse crime than Memphis because Memphis crime is all concentrated. Nashville has for years diluted the numbers. They manipulate those FBI reports because they're always trying to get growth. Nashville's a joke nowadays. Unfortunately, love it. Absolutely loved it. But anyway, you cannot shoot a cop because he makes an illegal search. What if the cop was going to rape you? He made contact with you. Please don't. It's not part of their line of work to make contact with you to instigate an investigation if you're minding your own business. But that's an opinion. We'll see how this plays out this afternoon, and if it goes, it may okay, look, here's I'll put it like this. It probably will not go to the Supreme Court. One day there will probably be a case that does. But if this one did go, wouldn't this be a cool one to be part of? You'll be there right at the beginning. And by the way, members, if you go over to Discord, I keep a whole running list of stuff that's been brought up. I take pictures of the evidence that's been brought up. Plus, I've got explanations for things like I've got links to the Fourth Amendment, how it's applied by the United States Congress. They have a link for that. Isn't that crazy? Let's see here. I am trying. Oh, Jodi Arias was exceptionally unsexy today. Well, I have not followed anything about Jodi Arias. Evidently is be a real hoot to do episode 2, second day, 6th part. That's the one that MLS told me, said myself and the White Rabbit need to do that on her stream because it said it's funny. I'll sub one of these days. You know, YouTube has a great way of unsubbing people. MG Law, my buddy, how are you doing, man? How are you doing? I keep seeing MG Law. He's streaming when I'm going to bed now. I don't know how he does this, but I keep sending him stuff for that Pennsylvania escapee because it's like for like the 5th night, it seems like in a row. This is the night they've got the guy. There was a shootout between the dude, you know, the little 5 foot tall Spider-Man guy. There was a shootout between him and a homeowner. 7 shots fired. Just knew it. They had EMS show up. They had their emergency response team show up. Just knew it. I was like, man. I was like, here you go, Michigan Law. If it breaks open, man, people that are I mean, nobody's that are streaming it. I say nobody's. I mean, like new channels, very low subscriber counts, stuff like this. They've got thousands of people in the chat. It's a great way to get all your numbers up at one time. Hey, Shenny, how are you doing? When I was at Graceland, it was the first time I ever heard gunshots outside of a range. I hear gunshots all the time. There's a farm right over there. You like that right over there? Anyway. Oh, geez. You guys, I'm awful. I know. I'll subscribe if you can get this drill bit twisted in half inside of a deer antler out without destroying the antler. It's for a pistol mount. LOL. Go to Amazon and get Vampliers, Vampliers, and you'll be able to get a grip on it and be able to twist it right out. Vampliers is the American company's name of it. If you want to save about $5, look up Japanese engineering pliers, and you'll see them. Compare them to the Vampliers and get the ones you want that cost about the same. As a kid, we used to shoot guns out on our land, out in the country. That's what they do over here. It's funny. I'm like, every Christmas, I'm like, tell the White Rabbit, oh, hey, look, thumbs up. He caught me. I tell the White Rabbit, I'm like, boy, you tell it's summer. It's Christmas time in the South, can't you? You hear over here, bang, 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 bang. I hear shots all the time, but it's just me practicing. Yeah, I need to go to a range. I hope that works. Just check them out. You should have a pair of Vampliers. I mean, guess who doesn't have a pair? Oh, and I've got another pair. Do you like quality tools? Hang on, let's see if I got these right here.
May we, there's a question we have for the court. I've discussed it with defense counsel. We have, it's not our next witness, but a couple witnesses down, we have an agent from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
What are they there for?
This agent does undercover work as part of his duties and responsibilities, and he's requested that his image not be broadcast while he testifies. The defense has not objected.
Of course, that makes sense, right?
I think for this witness, that's what we're asking you to do, Judge. They can have audio, but no video. I mean, it can still get the audio.
Maybe the camera could just focus on you, Judge?
Or,
Maybe the camera could just focus on you?
They have agreed, the press is okay with that.
perfect.
And then for Zoom, can we shut off that the witness stand one for?
Thank you,
Thank you,
Judge. Thank you. Where's Rich?
Right.
That brand there, Jonathan, they're made in Japan. They're like $8, dude. I need needle nose pliers. I'm trying to get every one they make. They're the cheapest that's not made in a third world country. Isn't that sad? That's what we're down to. They don't make American pliers anymore. They don't make American anything. Ballstorm, what's up? Ballstorm, I meant to send you a message. I didn't.
Most judges don't
What
come in early.
time? Ballstorm, what time? I didn't know you were famous and had to deal with ads on a live stream. Oh. Yeah, by the way, so YouTube has a new ad algorithm. They take it out of our hands now to make it easier.
Well, when we go.
I did that. That was me. I messed that up.
No.
All right, can you guys hear? You know what's funny? I found out last night that even if you don't have ads turned on, you still put ads in your stuff.
All right, so jury,
You guys hear the screen and everything? Oh, Jessica, I can't go back. Once you get the premium, I can't do it.
Jonathan Salzado, Your Honor.
Awesome avatar.
you ready this morning?
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
I'm working on it.
I'm just dandy. How about you? How about you telling us who you are and what you do for a living?
I am Trooper Jonathan Salcedo. I work for the Georgia State Patrol. I'm a member of the SWAT team.
Could tell you're from Georgia.
How's that?
Some people think I am too, as a matter of fact. So, what's your duties and responsibilities as a Georgia State Trooper or Patrol?
So I'm assigned to the full-time SWAT team and the dive team.
How long you been with the Georgia State Patrol?
I've been with the Georgia State Patrol for 9 years.
How about military? Got any military?
Yes, I did 8 years in the Marine Corps Reserves.
I see. Now, were you employed as a Georgia State Patrol officer in June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to draw your attention, I believe it was June 26th of 2021. Were you involved in an operation that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, was this a typical operation you're involved in usually, or was this something different?
A typical operation that I'm involved in.
Okay, and what was your operation that day?
So we were assisting several federal agencies with
I've
serving
got
a
it. I
search
don't
warrant
like
at a
it.
residence in Snellville, Georgia.
Where is Snellville?
It's just east of Atlanta.
Did you have a specific location that you were going to in Snellville?
Yes, sir. I believe the numbers were 8562 Smith James Road.
Now, were you looking for somebody?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the name of the person you were looking for?
Yes, sir. So the warrant was for the body of Mr. Othal Wallace. We're at that. And was 3 armored vehicles. Several structures, RVs to the right, the property, the main house, which was the middle, and the barn. So our command officer, may I stop you for just a minute? You're on permission to approach. I'm going to show you what's going to be on the state. You recognize those? Yes, sir. Maybe here we share representations of the state of Florida, Georgia, and the compound itself. Yes, sir. You recognize those? Yes, sir. Do they be here we share accurate representations of the state of Florida, Georgia, and the compound itself? Yes, sir. I hope I don't screw it up. Okay.
What's going on here? This is driving me nuts.
Thank you. Now, officer, can you see this? Yes, sir. So can you orient yourself to where Florida, like Jacksonville, Florida is?
Yes, sir. Stand there.
Okay, and do you see the area located on that represents 8560?
I don't understand what's happening.
Warrant to go serve. So that is 8562 Smith James Road.
Can you see the barn on there by chance?
Yes, sir.
Would you come down and just point it out? What you do,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hang on, guys. This is, I don't know what happened. The feed died from the camera that's inside. It went bye-bye.
as you point out, I'd like you to point out.
Now, hang on, that's not what I want to do. I want to do this.
Okay,
I
and
want
where
to
was
share
the
this tab instead because this is the
vehicle? How many were there?
We had 3 on scene for this operation.
Okay, and did each Bearcat have a team?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so this is
Which
the
Bearcat team were you?
I was assigned to Bearcat 4.
Georgia when they
Excuse
went
me, what?
in
Bearcat 4.
Okay.
for the guy.
Did you have a specific location that you were directed to go to and look for the defendant, Othal Wallace?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
So that my team was assigned to clear the barn.
Which you pointed out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the barn?
Yes, sir.
And with the rest of your team?
Yes, sir.
And what'd y'all do when you got there?
So our plan was to do what's called a surround and call out. So we'll have members that'll establish themselves around the barn. We'll turn on the lights.
So the barn
on
is back
the
here
Bearcat,
behind it.
and have a negotiator
this?
start giving announcements.
See where the dot is?
Let me stop you a minute. Was it
8562
daytime or
Smith.
nighttime? Was it dark or light when you were out there?
It was dark.
Okay. Did you want your presence to be known?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to leave no doubt that it was law enforcement out there at that time?
Correct.
Okay, so how did you do that? Did you have a PA system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so try to give us an idea of how loud it was.
I mean, it's a PA system that's attached to the Bearcat. So just like a patrol car that has a PA that everyone can hear when an officer is talking to, it's a similar system but attached to an armored vehicle.
And what about lights?
It also has blue lights all around the Bearcat.
So were the lights going?
Yes, sir.
And was the PA running?
Yes, sir.
And what was said over the PA? Do you remember?
So typically, when the negotiator is making announcements, they will give the address of the location where we're at, tell any occupants at the structure that we are there for, that this is the police, come out unarmed, stuff like that.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yes, sir.
And was it loud enough for people in that area to hear?
Yes, sir.
Any doubt about that?
No.
Okay, so did you check the barn?
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned, it was dark, so we were under night vision goggles. After a reasonable time, after those announcements were given, the barn was breached and we systematically cleared the barn.
So you left the barn, you didn't find anything there? Didn't find Wallace, didn't find anything of evidentiary value?
No, sir.
So what'd you do then?
So as we were exfilling the barn, I was walking back towards the Bearcat and I was able to see a tree house that was maybe 30, 40 yards away from the Bearcat.
Okay, was it clearly visible from where you were?
Yes, sir.
Was it clearly visible from the barn?
Yes, sir.
Was it within earshot of the PA system?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, you want me to stop for a minute, Jeff?
Okay, so they all went to a sidebar. It looks like there's an expert computer right there on the desk.
May I proceed, Judge? Okay. So, Officer Salcedo, can you see the tree house from this photograph?
I don't see it from that photograph.
Okay. So, what did you do when you saw the tree house?
So I let my team leader know that there's a tree house
Oh,
behind
they're
us.
behind.
And we went to
I want to show you what it's in Mark 8 for identification purposes. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the front of the company?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't contain the treehouse picture, is that correct?
No, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, I believe this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection will be admitted.
Describe for me about this tree house. Did you have to climb up something to get to it?
Yes, sir. There was steps that led all the way up to the tree house.
Were those steps sturdy or not so much?
Sturdy.
Okay. Did you go up those steps? And what was your purpose of going up there?
To clear that tree house?
To see if Wallace was in there?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you got up top of the steps? Was there an ability to see inside?
So as soon as you go up the steps, there was a large window in front of the tree house, so you were able to look inside.
Did you?
Yes, sir.
See anything?
So there was bunk beds, and there was a pistol under the mattresses on the bunk bed. I believe it was the top bunk.
Is that all you saw?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do at that point?
So I'm up there by myself with night vision goggles, so I called for another team member to approach the treehouse and come on up there with me. Another team member came up. To the left of that window, there was a door.
Sounds like he's saying team member.
So with me and him up there, we opened the door and we made contact with a individual who was laying on the ground with his hands out facing the door.
Okay. And what'd you do with that individual?
Gave that individual commands to stand up, turn away from us. We handcuffed him, and then we walked him down the steps of the treehouse.
Now, just to be clear, from that treehouse location, is it your opinion based on the PA system and based on the lighting that the individual in that treehouse would have been aware of your presence before you went up there?
Absolutely. I could see the Bearcat from that porch that was in front of the treehouse.
So what'd you do when you took him downstairs?
I handed him off to another one of our team members for them to handle him.
Another Georgia State Patrol officer?
Yes, sir. And we just continued clearing.
Okay, just may I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I was even looking at
Other
the
than
other.
apprehending the defendant, did you have any
Thank-
other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Okay, tender the witness, Judge.
Those of you that are new here, I hope you like Wiggles
Just one
because this is
quick
from Miami
question,
Spice.
okay.
Thank you, Miami Spice,
no,
for the 10 memberships, y'all. Please be sure and check your
Good
memberships
afternoon, sir. How are you?
that you get
photo that we're
invited
looking
or you
at-
get one. You grab one if you don't have one, and then go over to the. If you have a problem getting in, go to the membership tab
Yes, sir.
under community. And I'm putting stuff into the Discord right now that is all about this trial. So just look for Ozone. It's right underneath general. And
And Trooper Salcedo, did you have any body worn camera on when you did this?
No, sir.
Is it standard protocol that you don't because you're with the SWAT team or?
Yeah, SWAT team, we don't wear body cameras.
Okay. Right, and when you came in, you were tasked with clearing the barn that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, as you're going in, I believe you testified you did not see the treehouse when you first arrived, isn't that right?
Yeah, we did not see it when we first.
Okay.
Correct.
So you go into the barn, you clear that, you come out, and 30 to 40 yards away, up above you,
Jessica,
is a
you like the
treehouse,
Wiggles?
right?
Correct.
And
The
it has a large
long side
window?
is.
Yes, sir.
And it also has, was it a little porch area?
Yes, sir.
And is that porch area large enough for somebody to come out and stand on?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, wouldn't you admit that from that position up where he was, he had a tactical advantage over you when you didn't know that he was there?
Absolutely.
So if anybody wanted to, as you're coming up, and you saw guns in the tree,
Oh my
the
gosh,
treehouse,
Rennie.
right?
Yes, sir.
Numerous guns?
I recall specifically seeing that pistol.
Or pistol?
Here on my neck stand up.
Okay, so from up above there, if he wanted to, he could have just opened up fire on you, couldn't he?
Absolutely.
All right, and you would have had no idea to begin with where it was coming from because you didn't even know the treehouse was there, did you?
Correct.
All right,
That's
so
scary,
once
isn't
you
it?
see the treehouse.
Treehouse or deer
You
blind?
then make your way there and you go up the steps. Now, and I believe you also said that there's absolutely no mistake in that everyone in the general vicinity knew that law enforcement was there. Isn't that correct? Because you were loud, you had multiple vehicles, lights were flashing, so everyone knew law enforcement was there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then when you go up, you had somebody else come up to help you clear it.
Jonathan,
And then when you go
Holly,
in,
Seasauter,
you see Mr. Wallace just laid out in a surrender
Damien.
position, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great Dane Mom,
Never resisted
Super
at all, did
Snoops,
he?
No, sir.
Megan
Never-
K,
I'm sorry.
He was compliant.
Very
Gula
compliant.
87,
And then when you took him down, you just handed him off, and
Pixie
again, very
78,
compliant. and
all have
handed him
gotten
over
gift
to
memberships.
Another officer?
Yes, sir.
Ever have any problems with Mr. Wallace?
No, sir.
Was he ever disrespectful to
Congratulations.
you?
No, sir.
No? Okay. I have nothing else, Sharon.
Any regret?
No, Your Honor.
I think the witness is state.
Yes, sir. Next witness would be,
Hold on, defense.
I'm sorry.
oh, yeah.
Yes.
Your Honor, this next,
Sometimes it's best just to be quiet. Because who knows he's on camera? Oh, is that the ATF agent? Oh, well, that's a major screw up.
Cody Cassidy.
No, this is the ATF agent.
Sorry, folks, I don't allow questions to the board. Let the lawyers do their work. As far as the transcripts. It's very difficult to provide transcripts. You do have a right to ask for, testimony read back. You'll have to find the testimony and then, try to read it back. We do that in deliberations. Sometimes you have to look over it. You can,
Cody Cassidy, Your Honor.
Do you
swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Hey, would you please introduce yourself to us?
Cody Cassidy,
And go ahead.
CODY, CASSIDY.
And who do you work for?
The city of Daytona Beach as a police detective.
And how long you been with the Daytona Beach Police Department?
Since May of 2009, so just over 14 years.
Any previous law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
Okay. Talk to us a little bit, educate us about, how you came up the ranks at the Daytona Beach PD.
I started working out night shift patrol. I was there for approximately 2 years. After patrol, I moved to the traffic division where I was assigned as a traffic homicide investigator. I was there for approximately 7 to 8 years. After the traffic unit, I was assigned to special investigations unit, which is essentially the narcotics division, where I worked.
That's so too.
Where I currently am as a special investigations with the U.S. Marshal Service as a task force officer. Also assigned to the robbery homicide unit, the same title as a detective.
So what are you doing now?
I am a task force officer with the U.S. Marshal Service, essentially a detective with Daytona Beach who has cross-sworn with the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. And back in June of 2021, back when Officer Rayner was shot, were you working in that capacity?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you have some involvement in this
Raylan
case?
Gibbons. Yes.
Okay, talk to us about that.
The night of the shooting, I received multiple phone calls advising Officer Rayner was shot. Immediately after hearing that, I responded down to the scene and stood by for orders from the supervisors that were there.
Now, as far as the task force, why don't you take a minute and explain what this task force is for and why you're part of it?
The task force is assigned for going after subjects who have open felony warrants. Generally, we go after high crime, high violence subjects, homicide, robberies, sex crimes, anything with violence towards people. There's a group of us assigned to Central Florida. We travel all over going after these subjects who have active warrants. We're tasked with the U.S. Marshal Service. Essentially just once we find a location for these subjects, we act upon it and take them into custody.
Okay, did you become involved in the investigation a couple hours after Officer Rayner was shot?
Yes, sir, within a few hours.
And what did you do? How did you start?
Stood by until a suspect was
Identified?
identified. And then once that happened, I began doing research and attempting to locate where he may be at.
Okay, now, some of the research you do, is that sensitive and investigative information?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, typically information that you don't share with the public, is that right?
That's correct. It was protected information. Yes, sir.
And is that so that the folks that you're looking for don't know how you're going to find them?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you fruitful in using your investigative techniques to start to locate the defendant?
Yes, sir, we were.
Okay, and tell me the progression as far as where did you focus? Did you find one spot in particular and one only, or was it a progression from one place to another? Help us with that.
It can continue to progress throughout the 2 days. Started out, we traveled west towards Gainesville. Once we reached the Gainesville area, began going northbound into the outskirts of Atlanta, which is where we
Gainesville.
essentially took we took
Y'all
Rayner,
ever been to Gainesville?
Mr. Wallace into custody.
Okay, so did you actually travel up
I'll play some Call of
to
Duty right now.
Georgia?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was it Snellville, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
8562 Smith James Road?
That's
How would you describe the location?
It was a very rural area. The properties, the houses that were on these properties were spread out, anywhere from 3 to 5 acre lots. It was not much city life, no major businesses that were in that area. Lots of woods, trees, just spread out, more of a country setting than anything.
Okay. And were there several agencies involved?
Yes, sir, there was.
Was the U.S. Marshals Service involved?
Yes, sir.
So there were U.S. Marshal personnel or agents there? How about the Daytona Beach Police Department? You were there, correct?
Yes, sir. I was.
Okay. How about the Georgia State Patrol? They had folks?
Yes, sir, they did.
And when you arrived on the property, did you participate in the initial apprehension of the defendant, Othal Wallace?
No, sir. We stood by on the perimeter out towards the front of the residence. Georgia State Patrol, their SWAT team, were tasked with searching the property and attempting to locate Othal Wallace.
Okay. Did there come a time when you came into contact, face-to-face, with the person that they had apprehended?
Yes, sir. They brought a subject who they believed was Othal Wallace down to the front of the property for me to make an ID on.
So you were the one that was going to ID?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you a general idea? Did you have some photographs of his appearance prior to going up?
Yes, sir. I had approximately 2 days to become very familiar with the looks of this gentleman.
And prostitute.
Knew what I was looking for, knew identifying marks that he had on his body that would assist in IDing him.
Okay. So when you saw this person that they had apprehended, did you notice anything different about his appearance?
The key
Yes,
is
sir. The gentleman we were looking for had
him
long,
behind
thick
the ear.
dreads. When they brought him down to me, I noticed immediately the dreads had been cut. It actually appeared as if they were cut in a hurry because it was more of a messy haircut.
Okay, but what about, so how you gonna identify him?
No.
Do you notice whether or not that same individual's here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Could you please describe where he's at and what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the table in front there. He's the youngest gentleman up there, I believe.
Oh, they point him out in court.
When you came into contact with the defendant, did he say anything to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Can you go sidebar?
Sidebar. Oh, don't do that. Audio. There's Ozone. Do you think Ozone could give a dissertation on what ozone is? Well, that's just sad. Jessica, Florida's a beautiful place. A lot of fun. Disney World's there.
What did he say to you?
You already know who I am, you know what I'm capable of. I saved the officers here in Georgia. Things could have been a lot worse.
To what was that statement from?
What was your question you asked?
I simply asked him, would you like to speak to detectives in regards to the case?
Your Honor, I do have a case I can share with you. Let me get.
Obviously, he was handcuffed.
He was.
We're not disputing that he was in custody, Your Honor. Our position is it was not custodial interrogation. This case is an 11th Circuit Court of Appeals case, Your Honor. It was the closest case I could find on point. This was a case where an individual was accused of murder, and a detective by the name of McKeechin with the Bay County Sheriff's Office had questioned him. And the issue became when he asked the guy he asked the suspect while he was in custody, where were you on the night of the murder? And the defendant or the suspect said, I didn't mean to kill that man. The 11th Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that that question was not custodial interrogation. And it's under head note 2 and 3. He was not read Miranda, Judge. And in fact, he had even said something about an attorney. Yes, sir. My apologies.
Sorry, guys. I'm changing clothes for like the 4th time today.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in this case, he was read Miranda prior to speaking to him. Here, he was never read Miranda. He asked him a question, and I in custody. If he had, said yes, obviously there would have been an interrogation. So they're trying to put the cart before the horse. He should have been read Miranda. Could have had the opportunity to talk or not talk.
T-Rex, what's up?
I don't think it's useful.
Your Honor, Miranda is immaterial in this, it's whether or not there was custodial interrogation. The state agrees he was in custody. It was a voluntary, spontaneous statement that had nothing to do with the question that was asked. Therefore, it was not interrogation. It was a voluntary and spontaneous statement. He didn't respond to the question. He said, hey, you know who I am. You know what I'm capable of. That is voluntary and spontaneous.
So that guy's the prosecution, right? The little dude.
It may be concerning, Judge, with all due respect, I don't think it makes the statement the product of custodial interrogation.
Yeah, it does. Could you imagine if he gets off for not being read as Miranda rights?
The only thing I need, Judge, is I think on the record, I need the court to acknowledge that he had identified the defendant. Okay. Yes, sir. May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I do have a few more questions.
Hopefully these are better than your last ones, Billy Bob.
All rise for the jury.
All right, guys. So the deal is, camels are cool. They have the A-Rap rides the camel.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk to you for a minute about duty belts and tasers. Are you familiar with the Daytona Beach Police Department duty belts?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, so just kind of how they're set up. Typically, where would an officer put the gun? Where would the holster for the gun?
Your firearm is on your dominant or strong side. Whatever side you generally write with is the side that is your strong side.
They're going to say
So
that
if you're
the cop went up
right-handed, be
there
on your right side, left-handed, left
with the
side?
intent to shoot him.
Okay. What about the
That's what I'm
taser
guessing.
holster? Is it on the same side or
After hearing all
opposite?
this,
No, so generally the taser's on the opposite side. It's worn in what's called a cross-drawn, which is essentially the call it the butt of the taser is facing forward as opposed to your firearm is facing backwards. You generally reach across with your strong hand to the taser in order to grab it. That way, your strong hand is always in control of the weapon in hand.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Your Honor, the next witness is the one I discussed.
they just got an update that the Brian Koberger case in Idaho was sent to me by Miami Spice. They are asking for no cameras in the courtroom.
Red Antoine.
No cameras. What do you guys think about that? You guys know I make my own rubber bands. amazing what you find out about the expert on these long days of streaming. Yes, they both are. The families want it to be a public trial. Weird, right? Tomorrow they're going to be in court asking or debating it.
Let me forget.
Now remember, federal courts don't have cameras. So it could be like me who thinks everything ought to be on camera.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, don't you though? There's been so much. Oh, hey, how many of y'all want to hate me real quick? What if I said that I think there's a... Oh, what happened? Okay, they went to sidebar. All you're seeing is the county seal. So we still get to see the top right corner, that little bit, if you're on a phone or something. We still get to see that. Oh, wait, you don't get to see it at all because I got my stupid live up there.
Okay. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Would you please
This
tell
must
us
be
who
the
you
guy.
are?
My name is Brett Antoine,
Would you spell your last name, please?
Antwine.
And where do you work, sir?
Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
How long you been with ATF?
Since 2009.
Whereabouts?
Sir? 6 years in the state of Georgia. Yes, sir.
Talk to us a little bit. Educate us about what you do and your duties and responsibilities at ATF.
I'm an investigator for the
Are
ATF.
you out of work,
I
dude?
investigate crimes against
So if I
U.S.
send you a
code
link, you wanna come
within
on?
the purview of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, violent crimes with firearms, and we do
They both
explosives
are.
and alcohol and tobacco
Ballstorm.
investigations as well.
Okay. And where's your field office located?
Atlanta.
Okay.
Oh,
I
they're
want
the
to draw
ones
your
that had
attention
the
to June of 2021. Okay? Did you become
Olympic
involved
Park.
in an operation?
Richard Jewell.
involving
Did y'all
the,
ever see that movie with
apprehension
Clint
of an
Eastwood did?
individual by the name of Othal Wallace?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become involved?
I was contacted by the U.S. Marshals Task Force and asked to come to the scene where they had taken Mr. Wallace into custody and review where he was taken at, see if there was any evidence.
Yeah, this is the
that could be
ATF agent.
taken into custody or what needed to be done if there was evidence to take it into custody.
Was this on or about June 26, 2021?
Oh.
Yes, sir, it was.
When you arrived at the property, was it day or night? Day or night?
It was nighttime, early in the morning.
Early in the morning? So it was dark?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay.
When you hate to get that call, 4 a.m.
So
Hey, we
you
need
got
you
to
out
the
here.
compound, then what'd you do?
Upon my arrival, I met with some of the U.S. Marshals Task Force guys, and they took me back to where Mr. Wallace was apprehended.
Okay, did you notice a tree house?
I did, yes, sir. That's where they took me.
Okay, and so you got taken to the tree house, then what?
I walked
This
up the
guy's a
stairs
prosecutor?
and with a task force guy and
Any
looked through
Griffiths?
the door inside to get an idea of what we were looking at.
Did you see any weapons or firearms?
I observed what I believe to be firearms within the structure.
Okay, so then what'd you do, sir?
I advised the local task force guys that we need to back out and get a search warrant to go ahead and search the structure and see if we could find anything of evidence and see if the firearms, what appeared to be firearms, were actually firearms.
Oh,
It
now
was
the
a search
stream's gonna
warrant
get
obtained.
better.
It was obtained.
And who was the person who was gonna execute that search?
How you doing, Baker?
I wound up executing
Yeah,
it.
I'm doing fine.
Okay, and
You look like you're sitting second
on the
chair
same
at
day,
the,
June 26, 2021?
Yes, sir.
lawyer's
And
desk right there.
where was the location that you searched?
Yeah.
The tree house itself.
I'm the weirdo who's looking back at the courtroom.
You're the lawyer looking back going, can somebody help me with this?
Yeah.
Don't think that
Am I in
hasn't
the right
happened.
room?
Yeah.
Talk to us about executing the search warrant.
I've actually
When you
seen
went
that happen.
back into the structure, once the search warrant was obtained, what did you do?
I took a video of the outside as best I could, being in the dark, and it's a tall set of stairs that were really
You having a good day,
shaky,
Baker?
so at the top of the stairs, I stood there.
I was
did my
supposed to
best
start a new
to,
trial today, but
get a
they're
video
still
of the
delayed waiting for the jury.
surrounding. Again, I was using a flashlight to try to.
Hopefully
find
we'll
the
start tomorrow,
Was
but
it- what were the stairs?
I have to go and
They
do
were
a
shaky at
sentencing
best.
in
It
that
was,
case. We
kind of
finished
nervous walking up those stairs.
4 months ago.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
May?
How do you keep up with all
I want
this?
to show you what's been marked stairs.
With all the what?
All the cases.
Would you take a look at that?
On YouTube or in real life?
Do you recognize it?
Well, either one.
Well,
I mean,
just
it's,
stopped.
how do you, like, they're real life cases, but how do you keep up with when they're going to be and everything?
Here an accurate representation
Because
of
we
what
got a
contained
notice from
herein,
court
Yes, sir.
and is what's contained
saying,
herein
remember to be here on this day,
It
at
is.
this time.
Your Honor, permission, well, first we'll move into evidence.
Nobody
At
said
some
anything.
time, because I'm the first person they call if they need someone. Sometimes I have like 4 or 5 cases at one time.
I've already
Then
ruled
it's
that
getting-
ruling stands.
Oh, that's your real
Item
life
will be
deal,
admitted
yeah.
as evidence, I'm
Yeah.
assuming is redacted or not redacted.
So,
No, I was wondering how you keep up with it on YouTube.
We comply with
I'm
my
sorry.
ruling.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
well,
okay.
I have a
Admitted
lot of
as
nice
evidence.
people who sends me suggestions. So, and if they look interesting, I jump onto one of them.
Please.
And luckily, I have Jamie to keep me entertained because single chairing a case, you're
Don't
just
put it
sitting
over
here
there.
thinking,
It'll disappear.
Yeah, sorry, Judge.
especially if it's a boring case.
You can do a lot of things. You do a lot of reading. A lot
Yeah,
of.
Google Marketplace is a great place.
You may proceed.
There you go. Oh, here you go.
Okay, we're gonna roll it and then just kind of have you take a look at it.
So this is the tree house he was
Could you
living in,
stop
huh?
Is this Black Nationalist treehouse?
Stop it and back it up.
Yeah.
There you go. Right there.
Oh, look.
Just want
they've
you,
got
could
room
you
for at
come
least
down for
two.
just a moment, please?
May.
So what are they planning? Right?
And if you'd stand over to the side so the jury can see,
I
just
would
want
have
you to
said that.
point out, you'd indicated
want
that
to
you'd
be in the
seen
top
some
bunk
weapons or
because
firearms.
you wake up and
Could
you
you
hit
point
your
out
head.
weapons or firearms that you saw when, when you testified earlier?
Look who you bring in.
Yeah, she never joins me on my streams, but everyone else's when I show up, she's there.
Picture's kind of scary, but it's the end of the hand.
That's
Okay,
how
was the,
feral
was the
squirrels
pistol
are.
a Glock 17?
Yes.
Like to
Okay,
keep their
and was
nuts
the
all
rifle
organized.
an AK type rifle?
Yes.
Did it have a banana clip?
Yes, sir.
banana clip.
This right here would be the back of that clip right there.
Okey dokey.
Make sure you keep your voice up so they can hear.
I apologize. Yes, the rifle would have a banana
So the other
style
feed's
back
not
in
showing
the
this either.
Curve magazine, that would be it there. That would be the pistol grip, and then this is the, what should be, or it's actually turned out to be an arm brace, not a shoulder stock, but it's the brace. And then this,
Did you hear that?
the lower part of
He said this turned out to be a pistol brace
You can do
slash
that.
shoulder stock. Well, the slash is my emphasis. Baker, that may not mean anything for you, and I can explain it to you off screen, but that's a big thing. Especially, I know Volstorm, he knows what it means.
It's the one
They
that
said-
goes in if you're disabled, so you can
Yeah,
use your
exactly.
arm
Yeah,
instead
that's
of your
it.
shoulder.
That's
I
it.
watched
exactly.
the hearing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Permission to approach again, Your Honor.
May.
I'd like to show you what's in Warren's face, J and J, right now.
Yes, sir.
Detective Gander, is that
Yes, sir.
you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Fair and accurate representation?
Yes, sir.
What is that still shot at?
The bunk beds with the firearms on or under the mattress.
Where did he go?
At this time, Your Honor, I ask that we still shot in evidence.
Any objection?
Just based on the prior.
Okay. Court's prior ruling stands. It'll be admitted as a,
Permission to publish to the jury?
how are you going to do, oh, yes, you may proceed.
Why is the sound so bad in this courtroom?
So the other cameras, those are the courtroom's cameras. Oh, actually, I'm going to go back to them right now. Then they've got this camera is the one that's
Step
in the
back down
back
again,
for
please,
the
with the court's
media. The
permission.
media
Yes.
camera's not good.
No, it's a little blurry. Agent Antoine, or Special Agent Antoine. But could you just point out to the jury what you previously testified to regarding the weapons that you were testifying about?
Yes, sir. The rifle is under
Guys,
the
please hit the
mattress
like
partially.
button.
Again, here's the banana
Please make sure
style
you're subscribed
magazine
to-
with ammunition and be inserted underneath the rifle. The pistol grip for the rifle, and then what would be considered your stock or actually is a pull on brace. And then this would be the pistol.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You can take that off. Now, I want to talk to you about what you found and what you took custody of,
Yes, sir.
okay? Did you take custody of a Glock 17 9mm pistol?
I did.
Come on, man.
Do you recall, did you record a serial number as you took it? And what was that serial number?
N is in November, S is in Sierra, M is in Motel, 913.
So NSM 913. Was the Glock loaded?
Yes, sir.
Okay, had a clip in it?
Did have a magazine in it, yes, sir.
Okay, did you clear that magazine or did you leave it like it was?
Left it like it was.
Okay. At some point in time, did you determine how many rounds?
I was determined there was 16 rounds in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
Now, what does that mean, 16 in the clip and 1 in the chamber? What, how was that, what does that mean?
The magazine would
there's
be
17
the
total.
Part of the firearm that holds the ammunition in a semi-automatic firearm. Once the ammunition is loaded into the magazine, then the magazine would be inserted into the firearm. And then in order to load the weapon to make it ready to fire, you would have to charge the weapon, or I think the common term would be to rack a weapon. So you would rack
What?
and slide, and that motion
Rack.
would
You would
push
like
the
you would
slide.
load the
top
weapon.
of the magazine
Yeah,
into the
it's
chamber.
loaded.
And then at that point,
You would charge the
there's one
weapon.
less round in the magazine.
It's not a rail gun.
While there's 1 round in the chamber, makes the weapon ready to fire.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't
We
have
don't
to
have the
rack it
Second
and then
Amendment.
pull
I
the
know
trigger.
more
You
about
just
weapons
pull the
than
trigger.
Once you
police
charge it
officers.
once,
This
you
guy
can
is
do
the
that. As long as it
federal
doesn't
agent that's in charge
Okay.
of illegal
Did
guns.
you also find a black DeSantis holster?
Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do with those items? The Glock 17, the mag, the ammunition, and the holster? Ultimately,
He said an
what
assault
did you do
holster,
with
so
those?
now holsters.
Ultimately, we took it into custody, into ATF custody, and then after that, we would have transferred it down to Daytona Beach.
Okay. Okay, and I'll get into a little bit more about your process there in a minute. Let's finish up with, did you find ammunition
Yes, sir.
up there? Several containers of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And approximately, or a minimum of how many rounds?
We determined it'd be more in excess of 500 rounds.
Did you take the AK type long gun did you seize that as well?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay, now, did you also provide that to Daytona Beach PD?
Did not.
That's still at ATF custody?
Correct, it is, yes, sir.
Okay. Were there any rounds
Love
for
you,
the
old man,
AK?
Yes, sir,
Love
there's
you.
rounds in the magazine.
Okay. And you said it was a banana clip?
Yes, sir.
Banana clip.
How many?
Isn't it a sickle clip?
Typically, that particular clip, do you know how many rounds it's capable of holding?
I believe that was
Magazine
a 30-round magazine.
clip goes into it's a different deal. Like an M1 Garand or a Nagant or an SKS
Permission to
stripper clip.
approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yeah,
with
the
an
5
exhibit.
bullet loaders,
I think it's behind you.
speed loaders.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Gosh, man. How come the guy
First
from
time-
Norway knows more about this than other
I'm
people?
from fucking Denmark.
What'd I say?
Norway.
Is that a country?
Before that, Your Honor, apparently.
Yeah, it used
I
to be under the
stated
Danish
the
crown too.
wrong,
Oh, well, that's half of
I
it.
guess, exhibit number.
Pedorowski is
Jason?
from Norway.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Denmark.
BBB
Golly.
instead of
You know
G.
what is the White Rabbit? I know
My
she's called you
apologies.
Norwegian.
It's exhibit 25.
Yeah,
her
but she
fault.
doesn't like me. She
But
blocks
it's already in
me.
evidence.
See?
Yes, sir.
You kept it straight? Okay, thank you.
My first
All right.
time, I went into the military in high school. In school, you can go on
Now you
work
want to approach
experience.
the witness? Oh,
And we shot at Garand. Our guns were that
Oh.
old. And we learned about thumb trap.
Grand Thumb.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Could you, Judge, with your permission, probably
There's a
either if
creator
he
named
came
Grand
down
Thumb.
to the front.
Now, I love the
with
guy.
this.
M1 Grands are sweet.
Yeah, it's a great weapon to shoot. I don't like the. We have the AR model now. I don't like that one. You can't feel shooting it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude, you're like, I swear, man, we are related. My family's from Germany, if that counts.
Yeah,
we gotta have some sort of relation, dude. Because I'm that way. It's like I don't like these little sissy things, so you can't feel it.
If you can't get a black eye shooting it wrong, then it's not a real weapon.
There you go.
Okay, are there two serial numbers on this gun?
There are, there's one on the slide, and then there's one on the.
Huck, what's up?
Are they both?
Norwegians created modern day resi ramp and foam pit that BMX bikers still use to this day. Fun
Now,
fact.
when you took this, you can go back up. Now, let's finish this.
But it's not Denmark.
How about this?
Well, like the Swedes, they think they don't belong to us, but someday.
Dude, I support you. The reunification of Norway.
And they have all the oil, so we would really like them back.
Reunification of Denmark. We're, I don't know. It is
When you
White
took
Rabbit's fault. though.
possession of the fire,
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
everything's the White Rabbit's fault. Hopefully she's not around.
She's
was
getting
it your
ready.
custody
We
and
gotta go.
control
We have a
from the
date
time
tonight.
You and
Big
your
date.
partner's custody and control from the time you took it.
You and Taco
until you
Tuesday
took it to the
tonight too.
ATF Secure location?
Yes, sir. it
Oh
was.
yeah, we're
And
not
what
gonna be
did
doing
you do?
Taco Tuesday tonight.
We logged it into evidence and
I was
then
trying to
turned it over
grift
to
it.
the vault custodians who locked it
You
into
want
the
it?
ATF
You do
vault.
Taco Tuesday.
have
You get
access?
taco.
No, because I
No, so we
start
got
my own
custodians that
trial
control the
tomorrow, so I
access,
need some
and we
sleep.
turn
I
our
can't sit
evidence
up all
over to those
night.
Custodians, and those custodians
It's just
actually physically put it into the vault, in whatever location they choose it goes in.
Did you take it back out at some point in time?
We did,
And what, for what purpose?
to take it to Daytona Beach Police Department.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You turned it over to the folks at the Daytona Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And was, from the time you took it out of the evidence locker until the time you turned it over to Daytona Beach PD, was it within you and your partner's custody?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to move the exhibit into evidence.
Any objection? Without objection, admitted as evidence.
Your Honor, may I publish?
May proceed.
Oh, dude, bend with the knees. Bend with the knees. Oh,
If you don't mind
there's
showing, the
evidence
one
box.
yours got a creak in her neck.
I
because-
mean, why are they? They could have taken a picture of that.
They're really fond of
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
the things stuck on cardboard.
You know why? The guy's probably having an affair with a paralegal, and she came up with it, and so he let her use zip ties and a foam board so she can act important. And the fact is, he's just sleeping with her. I'm not.
That would probably be the best explanation why they do it. Because some 21-year-old said, "Oh, do you know what I think could be cute?"
Yeah, it is, dude. Oh, dude, it's so bad. It's so bad in the legal profession.
Did you see Gosney's short stream the other day about biases or how you make your how to determine stuff? Something is because an expert told you, and something is because you're the smartest guy in the room. And one of them was because people are pretty. And I just had to write, horny bosses hire the worst co-workers. Because they don't care if they can work. They just want to try.
Have you noticed that? I mean, no offense, Baker, but there's a reason why I like having you on here.
Yeah, because, I'm going to simp for you all the time.
Dude, I've gotten 3 messages from chicks that say, hey, are you sending out links? And I was like, why, you want to come up here and say something to Baker? Hey, you want to know who one of them is?
It's not fair.
Hang on a second. I'm gonna see if I get a response. I'm waiting for that one. I know one that said, don't you dare.
From the treehouse.
I said, I'll let you up here.
On the day that you executed the search warrant?
Don't you dare.
Yes, sir.
Were these
Did you tell
pictures
him
before
that?
or after the search warrant was issued?
I believe they were.
You know, she called me last night a troublemaker. Oh, Farrell,
Thank
I
you,
didn't look
Jen.
to see if you sent me a message. Baker's great eye candy plus he's smart double win.
Sometimes you can't get both.
Oh, look, Mrs. K. Griff says she'll take an invite. See?
One thing I don't understand about American trials, there's just about as much downtown time as watching an NFL game.
All right, cross-examination.
Dude, that's what I'm thinking. Going like, why do people love watching this so much? Because I could do this whole thing in 30 minutes.
Okay.
Just take out that whole segment wherever DNA gets brought in. That's all gone.
Yeah,
I want
get
your
rid of
opening
the
and closing arguments.
No, but get rid of why are you an expert? Because the jury doesn't care. Make that a pre-trial motion, send it to the defense or the prosecution, say, we bringing in this guy, he went to Yale.
Yes.
And make time limits on opening and closing statements. 30 minutes. If you can't do it in 30 minutes, you should go back to law school.
Oh, that's a long opening statement, man. The expert thing, that's what gets me. That's one of the things about me using the name the expert, because nobody cares. There is no qualification for it. The biggest qualification I've ever heard is, have you ever been on trial before as an expert? No. Well, then how do you get to be an expert? So you just got to find somebody where you're the only person in the room that knows what they're talking about, and all of a sudden that'll be your qualifier. But it's stupid.
Tomorrow, when my case starts, it's the 4th time this lady is on trial. It was the Supreme Court struck it down because their paint drying expert didn't have the expertise to say what he said.
Recovered from the treehouse.
Paint drying.
Yes, sir.
When you executed the search warrant?
Because he looked at a picture and said that paint had not been dried for more than 4
Correct,
hours.
It is, it's still in our vault.
Is that where the pictures
I looking
were
at a
taken?
picture.
They are.
Dude,
They were. So.
Fair and accurate representations?
Yes, sir.
It says it on the
Move
gallon.
into evidence, Your Honor.
The objection?
Your Honor, based on the stipulation.
Did you watch my stream yesterday? Because I said
We have a
it has to
stipulation
do.
as well,
It says
Your
you can
Honor.
paint it again in 4 hours, and in 24 hours you can wash it down.
Hold on.
Yes.
He was looking at a picture and say, "Well, she's
Is
saying
this-
it was 8 hours. It couldn't be."
I'm sorry, can I see
How
it?
can you tell? But that's the only reason I want to watch that trial, because a paint drying expert getting the case thrown away. But that's just so stupid. But it's kind of like watching the Murdoch trial with all the financial experts. Those people
Oh,
have
yeah.
never been laid in their life. If they didn't make money, they couldn't get any tail.
Dude, what do you think? Like, the third question they ask you on your law school
right, any
entrance
objection?
is,
Yes, Your Honor,
have you ever been
we'd
late?
object based on our previous motion in limine and the reasons stated there.
Ruling stands. The item will be admitted as evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I went over this one because it showed you what the evidence was. And I've got a... You ready to?
Yeah. Okay. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
You may do so.
What is that photograph of, sir?
7.62
Photograph
by
of
39.
7.62 by 39 millimeter ammunition. It's AK ammunition.
Ammunition that would fit into the firearms,
the
the
brain.
AK that you seized?
Yes, sir.
Could we go to the next picture? How do I do?
Sir, that.
Are these the ones that you took out of the
Yes, sir, that is
treehouse?
the ammunition I took from that firearm.
And what's that a picture of?
That's a picture of the firearm.
Okay. That you seized from the treehouse?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Same,
Yes, sir.
same rifle or long gun?
Yes, sir.
What's that on top of?
That's the magazine that would have held the ammunition. We take them out to make the firearm safe before we store them, and then we will zip tie the magazine to the firearm itself and separate the ammunition from it.
A zip tie.
And that's the banana clip you testified would hold 30 rounds?
No,
Yes, sir.
that's a sickle magazine.
Send to the witness, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes. No.
Have we had, we saw the video. Have we had any evidence? We're talking a lot about guns and stuff like that, but why? It's kind of like the Murdoch trial. A lot of evidence, but nothing about the crime.
No, there's nothing. I mean, they show the officer was killed.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
Then they vaguely make a
Now, when
reference
you
that
first went up,
Ozone
you
was in the
looked
car.
at the treehouse just to see what you had, and then after that, you decided to go back.
Like,
and
I
get
really
a
don't
search
know
warrant
what
based
the
on
relevancy
items
of
that
this
you
is.
saw,
See,
correct?
this is where my brain goes
Now, when you
off.
were
Like,
up
I
on
don't
the
think like
treehouse,
this. I
I'm
don't
sure you
think
were
like,
looking
oh, I
around,
need
you
to
had a
come
good
in here
view of
and show all
everything that was
this.
down below. You know,
Yep.
like where the barn was.
It's a-
and
And you
where
have
you
50,
probably
right?
drove in
You have
from.
15 people who has been sitting just as long as you,
Outside the scope.
listening to these idiots for
So,
$7 a day,
Initially got there, noticed it was dark.
thinking about
When
how
you,
their boss is
did the
going to be
search
pissed
warrant,
off
was
when they
it
go back
layout?
to work.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when you went up
Yeah.
the
Just keep
second
talking.
time, and you videotaped, or did you videotape it at night?
I videoed that when it was dark, yes.
When it was dark? And then when you got the search warrant, you went up during the day, and then you were able to see your surroundings, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you're standing on that little porch area before you enter and you look around, you can see the barn down there, you can probably see the main house, all that sort of stuff.
The main house would have been to my back looking into the treehouse. I don't recall a barn. I do recall a Connex container to my left
Okay?
and some woods to my right and to the, what would have been on the back side of the treehouse.
Well, when you're on the porch area, would you agree that you're significantly higher than the ground level?
Absolutely.
Okay, and that kind of gives you a vantage point when you're standing up there over anybody that might be around you? Or it could?
I'm not sure what you're asking me as to
Well-
what it could. I can tell you what I saw.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you're up there, and then when you searched, you found an assortment of ammunition, right?
Yes, sir.
How many total rounds?
I didn't do a total round count because there were so many and it was that early in the morning.
Okay. And you found
many.
the AK-style rifle?
Yes, sir.
And that had that banana magazine in it?
Yes, sir.
And there were 30 rounds in it, but would it hold more than 30 rounds?
I don't recall. They do make banana style magazines that do hold more rounds, but I don't recall what the actual number, because most of these things you actually have to fill them to find out if they're going to hold one more than what it says or one less than what it says. So I didn't test that, no, sir.
And that AK style rifle, that's a semi-automatic, is it?
Yes, sir.
Do a lot of damage with that, can you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you found the Glock 17.
Is he not moving?
And that was fully loaded?
It wasn't fully loaded.
Okay.
No.
Were there other 9mm shells in the treehouse?
I don't recall at this time what all calibers were there and what were not.
Okay.
But he still has sound,
But
right?
I guess my point is
Yeah. Sounds fine.
Mr. Wallace, being in that treehouse, was somewhat heavily armored, wasn't he not?
There was ammunition
Hang on a
and there
second,
were
I'm gonna
multiple.
reload.
But why ask if you can do a lot of damage with a gun? I can do a lot of damage with a 22.
Anything else?
I just have to
I
do,
do a lot of damage
enough
with my
time.
fist. You got fist of fury. Urgh. Dude, yeah, it's so prejudicial for a juror who they don't know a lot of stuff. They hear a lot of this on the media and whatnot. This is where the defense fails. And it's like, you object to it and say, what is a lot? You say a lot of damage. What is a lot? Like, what are you damaging?
2 inches can be a lot in certain circumstances.
I know.
And a minute could be a really long time. But that's why I get so annoyed watching trials, because it's kind of like they get paid by the minute.
Yeah. Well, attorneys do. They
that's
charge
probably the problem.
Triple in court.
In Denmark, you have to have the judge sign off on your bill, because it goes through the state, most of it. Because
145, Judge.
you're approved, or you're appointed one if you can't afford one.
A lot of them. Right.
But a lot of the lawyers always try to put in, but I have to drive, and that's like half an hour, so that's extra time. Nope. You get paid by the mile, not by the hour, when you're driving.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they're taking a break.
Yeah, and Oline Red, you're probably right that he could have done a lot of damage to the SWAT team, but it hasn't got anything to do with what he's on trial for. What weapon did he shoot him with?
I don't know what. I don't even know. This isn't the weapon that was used on the officer. This is just what they found somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, hell, if I were Ozone, I'd be like, I'll just sleep in a treehouse, man. I didn't know that was there. Not
My
mine.
prints on it, my
I
DNA.
didn't use it. Who cares? What if he bought it the next day? What if he went out to a store, bought it legally, everything he's supposed to do the very next day? He did. I mean, he's.
Yeah, and the Glock. Yeah, that's probably what you're using. And Wallstrom, I just know that because when they go to see the clients, it's probably somewhere in a facility that's paid for by the state. So that's what they try. And we had lawyers doing the Chinese sickness that try to get money for driving when everything was on Zoom. So if you can scrape together another dollar, you do it. But the judges are real tough on that in Denmark.
A penny saved is a penny earned.
And we have to save, or the court system has to save their money too. So it's an ongoing fight with, you've been here for 2 hours and 15 minutes, not 3 hours, and stuff like that. So it's kind of different than the US system. But tomorrow we're just going to go in and figure out a sentence for one guy. And his lawyer's going to be there. The prosecution's going to be there. So again, that's 50,000 Danish or something just to have the crew getting into the room for maybe 20 minutes or 10 minutes. I don't even know how much. It's sometimes you wonder why we just can't talk about it and then they can send them a message. Why do they have to show up in court?
Yeah.
But
man, I'm looking at, I just got a new thing for Christmas Legos.
Oh,
they're polar bears. Sorry. I was like, I was trying to flip through the stuff and make sure all the feeds were going. As I'm going through the tabs and all of a sudden, I'm like, wait a second, what's that? And I was like, it's Lego polar bears. Whenever you're on stream with me, my Lego thing pops up.
Yeah, it's kind of weird sometimes.
Yeah, Amazon starts wanting to sell me Legos. I'm like, yes, I like having you over here. Let's see here. Old Line Red got $30 for Jury Day last month. I take Jury Day every single day. They give me that.
I get roughly $80 for a day in court, and that's if I show up. So if I'm doing 8 hours or I'm doing a minute, it's the same price.
Oh.
So some days when we are done early, on the way out the door, saying, "Oh, we're missing a juror for the afternoon. Can you stay?"
Mhm.
Yeah, of course. But I don't get paid for 2 trials. I only get paid for 1. So sometimes it's a good day, and some days it's a really bad day.
You need to see if you can stream from court.
That's illegal in Denmark. So
it's illegal? Oh, well, that
yeah.
sucks.
We have had. I've tried it 2 or 3 times when we had some of the really bad guys on trial. Their friends standing outside and filming the courtroom, and that's some people don't like it. I don't care.
It's funny. Cameras never bothered me. It's like they're everywhere, So I don't know. Even though it's funny. So I caught myself as soon as I said cameras don't bother me. Something I am bothered about is I don't like government taking pictures of our license plates. And because I'm like, why are you doing that? We've gone 100 years with license plates that didn't have. Every time we go through an intersection, the government's taking a picture of our license plate. Every time we're parked in they now put on our police cars these little cameras at the corners of the car where they drive through the parking lot and they're scanning everybody's license plate. And I'm like, just stop, man. I'm not a criminal just because I'm in public.
No,
and they all say, "Oh, we're doing it for this," but crime doesn't go down.
But it's just to see if your taxes are paid on the car or your insurance is in order. We have had police cars with that too. But today, we talked about yesterday about the crime zones. We just had a new gang package announced by the government. So now I think there's 40 new things to keep young people away from gangs and gangs away from the streets and stuff like that. Another thing is just higher sentencing and bigger fines. And we are so backed up in the court system. We don't have any room in the jails, but still, just put them in there for longer because it always works. Just look at America. Tough on crime really works because no one wants to be a criminal if you could go away for life. Yeah, because every criminal thinks.
It's weird. I don't think there is anything like tough on crime. I don't think there is such a thing. Because the biggest examples that I always hear is like our marijuana law. It's like, oh man, you can go to jail for 5 years for having a joint, but nobody ever does.
No,
and doesn't mean that you can't be. It's weird. It's a very weird thing. What happened is that we have gotten our legislators they love to do knee-jerk reactions. And so something happens, say like a school shooting is a big one. Oh, we're gonna ban guns now. And it's like, wait a second, today's a Tuesday, right? Why aren't we banning guns on a Tuesday? We have to wait till there's a school shooting for this to become a thing. So instead of in America, we have, I don't even know how the process works, but it's the model penal code, and it is a group of, a committee of intellectual criminal justice or criminal law attorneys and judges and professors, and they've basically taken where you've got common law and written it to how it would be as a statute, make it statutory law. And so about every state follows the model penal code, and it's good because it's common law. It's what it's based on. So you kind of have an idea. But then you get the knee jerkers, right? And they're like, oh man, we've got this new thing called Elon Musk. He's making electric vehicles. So we've got to, if you're speeding in an electric vehicle, nobody can hear it running. So we're going to triple the fine. It's something that just, then they get to come back and say, oh, we really are fighting against those evil silent cars. It's something stupid like that. That's what always happens with our legislature, and it screws up our laws. And that's why we have these our tough on crime, our overcrowding, everything. It's because there's so many stupid things.
But it sounds so good when you're going to be reelected.
There you go. There you go. And nobody wants to be seen as soft on crime.
We have a big controversy right now because we used to have a blasphemy law, and now because we have some right-wing nut job who goes around burning the holy book of a certain religion that causes trouble sometimes, we're going to make a law that makes it illegal to do anything unbecoming to any religious symbol. And the judges are saying, how and what do you mean by that? Well, that's for you to find out. We make the laws. You have to govern. You have to rule on the laws. So you interpret the laws, and they're saying, well, we can't interpret that because there's a cross on the Danish flag. We burn our flags because you do that with old flags to symbolize sending it back up to the Lord because the Lord gave us our flag. Yeah. And so is that a proper way to treat a flag? And if I can do it because I'm a Danish Christian, but you believe in the spaghetti monster and you're not Danish, do you get fined under the new laws? The judges are saying we can't rule by these laws. It's just a knee-jerk law that sounds really good because you want to export to certain countries that has a lot of oil. But again, the politicians say, I've been in politics for 20 years and I hate it more now than ever. It's and again,
Dude,
it's
that's
just
me, man. That's me. I was in politics, and I was went to law school and thought it was going to help me and stuff, and then I just got realized that I was just a more educated version of something I hated. And it's dumb. It's just dumb.
And the big problem was when I had a 4-year stretch in our local city council, and what I found out, most of the people really like to talk during election campaigns, but if you suggested anything, oh, we can't do that. Why not? Well, we haven't done it before. Well, maybe we should try it. We have a deficit every single year. We're always trying to find some bugs. Maybe we should think differently. No. It's the same every year. And it's the good old boys club. No matter what side of the aisle you're from, the ones you've been there for 10 years with, you stick together and the new ones can just burn out. So I don't like it.
Yeah, it's just.
But
the
I'm
sad
still
thing
gonna run in
is,
2 years.
Well, good. I hope you win. Are you telling me that I need to start studying Denmark politics and take a trip over there and knock on doors for you? Do you guys have knocking on doors?
we started maybe 2 elections ago, and I hate it because it's kind of like we have a lot of NGOs going around knocking on doors and say, "Hey, can you spare some money for Ukraine or kids in Africa?" And I see it as begging. And it's the same. The politicians come by, knock on doors, say, "Oh, I brought some cakes. Do you have a cup of coffee? We can talk about my politics." Nope. You can get the f out of here. I'm going to educate myself. I'm going to read about you because they're trained to sell sand in Sahara, and I don't want.
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't want to be sweet talked by somebody. It's
dude. You know, my dad always called it selling. Was it selling ice cubes to an Eskimo?
Yeah, we have both as the
refrigerators to an
sayings.
Eskimo.
Yeah,
That's awesome. Sand in Sahara. But yeah, man, that's the thing. You got here. You got to have your push card. Has all your information on it. You know, you got your 5 issues or whatever it is, and you knock on the door and say, "Hey, I'm the Broken Baker. I'm running for this position. I really appreciate your support. Here's my information." And then say, "Can I put a yard sign in your yard?"
we don't do yard signs. Well, some do, but we don't have. We have like 3 weeks. We can have posters in the light.
Do you do bumper stickers?
Yeah, some of us do. I do. I put on my car, you know, where you tape, you cover your car with your cord or with your election
you
stuff.
do a wrap, like you wrap your
Yeah,
car.
kind of a wrap. Yeah. So.
Oh wow.
But I just hate that. It's so phony to go out there and say, "Oh, I did." I was called in. We had a new party for the last election. They called me and said, "Oh, well, we need someone with experience. Can you come?" And I told them we need 3 rock solid points. If you wake me at 2 a.m, I can name those 3 points, and everyone can do that. And we need some visuals to when we're standing in the street, so we can show it. Yeah, sounds good. Never did any of that, and I've run 4 or 5 campaigns before that. You need some really clear visuals, and not, well, I have 25 issues. Yeah, no one. It's like this courtroom. No one listens after the third.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Listen, dude, I have to move my party to the car because
and I don't know what
Yes,
time
sir.
is it?
I think now is the proper time when the jury comes
I'm
back
probably
with
jumping off,
defenses.
so you want me to
we
stay
agree
on
to
till
do the
you get to the car?
stipulation.
Gotcha. You want me to just read it right into the record?
Do you have time? It's like 5 minutes.
You have a witness lined up, though?
We did, Judge.
Jonathan, I
the
have
jury.
Trump's chocolate in my in one of my cupboards behind me. No problem. I would be the only one in Denmark, and people will hate me, but my daughter bought a marker T-shirt when we were in Washington.
That's
no,
awesome.
marker hoodie.
That's
You
awesome.
unfroze it, right?
Well, I was the only Dane I heard about that thought this guy would win.
That's awesome.
About how many more witnesses
Everyone
today,
was
you
making
think?
fun of me. I said, "Just you wait."
Calling 2 of our witnesses from this morning, but they.
All right,
I really
jury.
want to talk to you sometime outside of all this stuff.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna run to the car, and I'm gonna set up. White Rabbit's driving. All right, can you sit here for 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Go away. I read the chat and yell at them if they say something stupid.
Awesome. You guys have a better host now. Baker, thank you so much. And guys, I'll be back here in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Say hello to Rabbit.
Yeah, I'll say hi to her.
Yeah. Say not to block me.
How do I unplug everything here?
Jonathan, hello, Jonathan. In Denmark, you can't have any other opinion than the Democrats are right. Our coverage of the American politics is CNN a day later translated into American. So that's why we do it. And everyone, yeah, I'm babysitting now. Hey, Mama C, Mimsy, not Mama C. And but politics, it's just for rich people who try to get richer, and us stupid people who think we will make a difference, we just spend the money and run. And last time I had so much stress, I was fearing a heart attack, but it's only for 3 weeks. Hey, Miami. Yeah, but Jonathan, have you ever met the internet? There's a lot of stupid people on the internet. So, yeah, Wallström, because I watch a lot of stuff on the YouTubes, whatever comes the next day from America in Danish television, unless it's something really big, I would have seen it the day before, because they just need to translate and send it home. But they have a guy sitting in Washington, and he just reiterates what they said on CNN. Hey, Iris. I'm the captain now. But this is the fun about YouTube, because sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and no matter what, we still have to keep our mouth running so people don't go away and the expert loses some viewers. And I don't have to grift the expert. Everyone loves him. Everyone knows he's amazing. So remember, tickle the little like thummy. The expert likes when you touch his thumb and other places. So please do that. And yeah, I'm Captain Baker now. And I really liked him to keep the court up, so I had something to talk about. But Farrell, everyone but you, because you weren't there when I was talking about the Framke case today. But that's okay. I love you too, Farrell. Jessica, yeah, I watched a football match earlier, a real football, not the hand-ache kind you Americans try to call football. That's sport is the only thing I watch on television, and more or less everything else I watch is on YouTube, because I don't need some expert to tell me. Yeah, I need the expert to tell me what I should think. But if I open Danish television, just going to get some really lefty journalist telling me how I should think, and I don't like that. GG, take care of yourself. Shizzy, no man juice today. There's only coffee because I need to get to bed. I have to go to court tomorrow. René Miette, it's yes, only soccer is not a word we use. Well, dictionary, I don't want to know what he's touching. But if he likes it, let's do it. Well, I won't let experts, but the expert, I have to pronounce it the correct way because it's an English audience. I will always listen to him. Well, Miette, I don't know. It's to me it looks kind of German. I don't know why, but that's why I try to pronounce it in a German way. So, but Wallström, how can you? Oh, it's French. Well, there's two T's. Yeah, then you should pronounce them. It's a long time since I had French. Ladies. Yeah, listen to the expert. Don't let him touch any buttons. But that's probably what happened now. He was going to the car, and now he probably can't get back into StreamYard, and then I have to sit here for hours and entertain you people keeping his watch hours going, but I'll happily do it because there's always the lovely people in chat. And sadly, I can't invite anyone, but that could be fun. Then we could just make a party. We could make the Taco Tuesday that he's denying you today, but if he's going on a date with his wife, I can understand why he don't want to do the Taco Tuesday. So, well, Renee, maybe he'll let her do it. It would be more entertaining than listening to the Jodi Arias nasty stuff. So, if you like that kind of thing, that's okay. But yeah, but Taco Tuesday is always at 3 a.m. my time, so it's so annoying you Americans can't have a normal time zone, so I can have all the fun with you people. I only get to entertain you during the daytime hours, and then I have to sleep while you have all the fun. And all the nice people, MG Law, he keeps inviting me on for his 4 o'clock streams. So, and I try to wake up, but sometimes I need to sleep because I'm an old man. And if I have to be here for 6 or 7 hours sitting here, then I need more than 4 hours a night. Well, Lefty, I don't look down on Americans. I just know we are superior. No. I only look down at Sweden, people from Sweden. That's the only people I don't like. So I don't practice law. I'm what's known as a layman in Denmark. So I'm a professional juror. I am a baker. That's why I have the name. But for the last 12 or 16 years, I can't remember. I'm old. I've been doing what's called a layman. So in Denmark, in the lower court system, we have 1 judge and 2 laymen for every trial, if it's a criminal trial. And that's what my background in law is. I've done a lot of cases during my time as a layman. So I only know how to be a juror. I don't know how to be a judge or a lawyer. But I've seen a lot of lawyers, and I've seen a lot of judges, and I've seen a lot of different cases. And that's one of the things that had taught me that I think a lot of people on YouTube doesn't get is you have to remember the defendant is innocent until proven guilty. And that's one of the things I learned doing this layman duty, because sitting in a courtroom with a guy with F the police or something written across his knuckles and full face tattoos and a laundry list of prior convictions doesn't make him guilty. But as a human being, you tend to see a defendant as well, they wouldn't bring a case against him if he wasn't guilty. So that's what I really like to do when I cover cases, is try to keep an open mind, because that's what I'm doing in when I do my layman duty. So that's a different view to the law system. And I think when I watch cases, I get so annoyed with lawyers, because in Denmark they don't talk as much as they do in the US. And as a layman who have been, I have had the lawyers who really want to talk everything to death, and have the ones who just keep it straight. And I know which ones are easier to follow along with. Oh, and I have to admit some no law legal practice. Random yet, have you watched any of it? Taco Tuesday with Miami Spice and Baker. She'll be too big. Well, it's probably me. I would be tongue-tied being in the same room or on the same stream as her. Plow company, kids literally couldn't get to school. In Denmark, we don't plow our roads until it's really bad. We live in Nordic countries. We can drive in snow. Yeah, MG, are you streaming tonight? MG might be streaming tonight, so he can finish Bradion. Yeah, Bradion was one of the cases I streamed earlier. That's a really good example of why you shouldn't be a pro se litigant, because when you're that stupid, you should probably have a lawyer. I'm missing some part of a conversation. Oh, All Blacks, that's rugby. So I understand that one. Maybe it's a vlogger out talking to someone online, Jen. But I've just been to Switzerland, where my sister lived, and I was walking around trying to tape something so I could put a video together or put something up on YouTube. And the first time I tried walking and talking at the same time, and people was just staring at me, I thought, well, it's way easier to be a YouTuber because you just sit here and talk to this little eye in the sky, and all you people in chat, I can't see you, and I can always picture you naked. Some of you shouldn't be naked, but I still picture you naked. So it's really easy to talk to you. But walking along the street trying to speak into the eye in the sky, and the people that you're supposed to picture naked is standing next to you and pointing at you, that's kind of different. So I'm not a good vlogger. Farrell, it still hurts. Lefty, is there any other way to watch you than with my mind's eye naked? It's not a pretty sight. Yeah, but still, that's how I cope with doing streams because it's kind of weird being a YouTuber, because I have to fill a lot of air now, not physically, even though I do, because I don't know if the expert is ever logging back on, and I can't end the stream. I could leave the studio and the stream would just keep going, but maybe he'll figure out to get back on the stream sometime, so I can't just leave. And now I have to entertain you people. I don't know what I should be talking about. Just picture a French woman with a cigarette in her hand and wine in the other. Oh, one of the long, thin cigarettes. That's what all the French people, no, French ladies are smoking. Mistral or whatever it. Dictionary, in my mind, you're naked. So yeah. And enjoy it. Jamie, I will watch it later. No, I can. Well, I can't bring anything on screen, so I can see what Jamie's telling me. Oh, the case I'm supposed to cover, something about that. I can't bring it up, so I'm still just a dancing monkey trying to entertain you until the expert figures out that he turned off his stream and everything is going to. I'm going to send him a big bill. How much does a lawyer make an hour? So yeah. Yeah, Ghosty, news are a good filler, but I can't bring up the news because I don't have anything to touch. So yeah, expert is probably sitting in the car and thinking, why are they talking about nakedness? Who's this stupid guy and why is he on my channel? Farrell, I've seen people take their clothes off on stream. Not everyone should do that. If I ever tried stand-up comedy, no, I'm not a funny guy, so I can't do that. So it wouldn't be my thing. I'm more of a stupid guy who can't speak English and sometimes say something stupid. Well, René Miette, it's an unfair advantage you girls have because you can just take your top off, and we completely lose any connection from this part of the body and some other part of the body. So that's yeah. Okay, there's a hearing today. Well, that's going to be interesting. Jamie, maybe I'll be able to join you. Oh, the expert is back.
I'm gonna lose it as soon as I get on here.
Hello.
Because I didn't do my hotspot. Where's my phone? Ah.
Everyone, say welcome to the
Still
host.
have no sound.
He can't hear me. Farrell, I won't be joining at 4:30. I think he lost connection again. Yeah, MG Law, that's the biggest problem for men.
I have no volume.
Bum, 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 bum. Maybe the White Rabbit should just have the phone. Well. Well, anything else I should talk about while he touches the buttons? I'm not sure if it's going to be. Yeah, but what should I talk about? I'm not good at talking. I'm still just an idiot who can't speak English. So I'm just wondering what kind of car he has.
Oh, there I am. I still can't hear anything.
You can still hear me.
Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. You can't hear me. Oh, yeah. Good, I got a thumbs up. I can't hear you.
Well, I'm not talking right now, but I'm talking now. Well, thank you, Mims.
Turn this off.
Yeah, he's probably connected to the car. That's his big problem.
I'm coming through my wife's speakers.
Yeah, that's not probably the problem.
Bluetooth settings.
Probably the problem. Hey, the White Rabbit. Drive carefully.
Just connect. Yes. I still can't hear.
Just hit the Bluetooth and connect to your earbuds.
I have no sound. It sucks.
Maybe. Listen to what she says.
Can you hear it through here?
Yeah, that's what she said. No. Try to go hit the Bluetooth connection thing. It's I'm a tech illiterate, but on this stream I seem competent. I think it was a good idea that he kept me on to entertain you people while he was doing, yeah, I don't know what.
I didn't hear that.
That number, sir?
Phone number was 954-928-6399.
Why do you do a search warrant to a phone company for phone records? What
Can
are
you hear
hoping to
anything?
get?
I can't hear Baker.
Hoping to get several
Well, I'm
things to
talking now. Can you
include
hear me?
who the person is in communication with via phone calls, as well as
And he probably
who
can't
they're
read chat,
communicating
so I
with,
can't even tell him I'm signing
via
off.
text
because I
message.
have to go into
But
my own.
and then also, in addition, you can get location data from someone's cell phone records.
So the location data is actually embedded records from the cell phone company?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, can you use that?
But MG, I have to. I don't know if you can see chat.
Yes.
I'll try to write it.
At this time, pursuant to the previously filed business records certification, I remove states MM into evidence as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objection? Okay, admitted as evidence.
Maybe he can see see it in the private.
Of course, did you receive those records from the phone company?
Yes, I did.
And did you review some of those phone records?
Yes, I did.
In regard to the number that you listed earlier, who was the subscriber for those phone records?
Othal Wallace.
Do what?
Did you also do a search
I
warrant
can't
for
hear
both
Baker. I
an
can hear
Instagram
everything
account
else.
and a Facebook account
They
related
can
to the
hear us.
defendant, Othal Wallace?
Yes, I did.
Was that for the same account we discussed earlier, RBG Vibes for Instagram?
Yes.
And did you receive a response to your search warrant from both those company? Well, I guess it's the same company, but from both those social media accounts?
Yes.
Are those large files that you get back from Facebook and Instagram?
Yes, they are.
Fair to say thousands of pages?
Yes.
Is it the right way, or do I have to flip it?
Going to July 15th.
Yeah, I can't hear Baker.
You probably can't see me either. Is it the right way around now?
Wait, hold on. What was that saying?
Did you go to Halifax Hospital on July 15th, sir?
Yes, I did.
Was Jason Rayner still being treated at that hospital?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, I can't.
When you were at that hospital, did any doctors provide you anything?
Yes.
Which doctor?
This is so high tech.
What did Dr. Prince give you, sir?
Doctor gave me
Baker
a
says,
fragment
I don't wanna
of a
get
projectile
rid of
that was removed from Officer Rayner's head.
And what type of container was it in?
It was in like a plastic vial.
And where did you take that item?
I took it back to the police department where I submitted it to property and evidence.
I approached the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is it the right way around now? Teamwork makes the dream work.
Will someone please put Baker in writing?
Well, I'm a baker, I'm not a teacher, I can't write. And I'm dyslexic in every language.
Someone just write what he put.
The objection? Without objection, admitted into evidence.
I wrote it in
Change
private.
device settings. Yes. Yeah, I have been.
Can you hear me now?
Get.
You can't hear anything. If
how you gonna do
I
that? Just
reverse
stand in front?
I did flip the camera.
Unless you want to pass it down.
This is what you get when you get two monkeys pushing buttons in one stream. And Jamie, it's, when we get older, we kind of squint a bit.
I want to jump ahead now to July 19th. Did you
Can't
and other
even draw how to
investigators
change
execute a court order, sir?
Devices in StreamYard.
Yes.
What was that court order for?
And I can't show it on
The court
screen. I
order
can't do
was
anything.
to obtain a sample of genetic and biological material from Othal Wallace.
And did you execute that court order on Othal Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect the buccal swabs from him?
Yes.
How do you go about collecting buccal swabs?
Well, I'm not streaming from Boomerville.
Buccal swabs
I'm
come
just a
in
guest, and I'm
sterile
supposed to
packaging.
jump off
Y'all
because
can hear me,
So it
right?
comes with a little box, standard procedure, what I did, or would have done that day, with the gloves on, and then take they look like giant Q-tips, have Othal Wallace open up his mouth and swab both sides of his cheek with each of the swabs, and then put them in the box, clearly mark it with his name on it.
it's
And then same thing, package it up and submit it to property and evidence.
Yeah.
Do you collect these swabs in order to send them to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
Is it something you've done many times in your career?
like
Yes, sir.
he's
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
a bit behind it. Not just mentally, but on stream too.
Oh, wait a second.
Yes.
I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Well, Miami Spice, you are way too kind. I'm not a saint, but when I meet nice people and I can help them out, I'd like to do it. Hello. Still no sound. Did you mute anything? Yeah, it's probably the output device you need to change.
And as the lead detective, was an autopsy performed at the Office of the
Can
Medical
you hear the
Examiner?
court?
Yes, it was.
Did
Why
they
am I
relay to
asking?
you,
You can't hear me.
not going to go into them, but did they relay to you their findings from the autopsy?
Yes, they did.
As
Well,
a
if you
result
could
of
pull
that,
up the
what did
chat
you
before,
do?
he should be able to read
As
the
a result
chat.
of that,
Then why don't you go
I
into the
completed
private
another
chat?
charge and affidavit charging Othal Wallace with murder instead of attempted murder.
Thank you, sir. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now he's in settings, so that could be something. We can still hear his audio. So it sounded like he changed something. Boom, 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 boom. And Farrell, you're not clipping any of this.
You don't use it.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
In the crowd.
Yeah. And Gigi, yeah, you should be able to hear us all. But the problem is he can't hear anything in his earbuds. And it's probably because his device setting is set to something else, or he might be connected to the Bluetooth system in the car.
And it said yes, right?
So,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn early today.
Oh, they're adjourning early.
Oh, they're adjourning, so we can go away. Mim, I would really like to say goodbye to the expert before I leave. It's the
They're
best way.
adjourning early, but I can't hear
I'll
Baker.
release you until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Well, I'm not saying anything.
There's nothing about this. All I did was come out, move from one position to the other. This is a StreamYard deal.
Yeah, maybe try to reconnect the earbuds. Could be a thing.
We don't have any issues.
Hey, Wesley.
Yeah, let's talk about planning.
Talking about what? Let's talk about baby. Let's talk about and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that may be. Let's talk about.
I thank you very much. If you have a seat, let's talk a little bit about planning here. Where do we
please.
Where do we stand as far as the plan for the rest of the week?
Yes, sir. I believe that we should be done by tomorrow afternoon or Thursday morning.
Come on. Gigi, go take care of your body.
I need to
heal up. And I will try to have fun in court tomorrow. And come back and see the expert again tomorrow, or maybe me. I'll be streaming too. You can switch between us because it's two different trials, so you can get a bit of entertainment. If I'm
Baker, you
I'm
sure you
thinking
didn't
they're gonna
mute your mic?
It sounds like they're gonna do a motion hearing to keep the media out of the trial I'm supposed to cover. Well, then I'm gonna blow up. Well, Lefty, there's not too many of those around. They rusted. And I don't know why he thinks I'm muted. Maybe he should just turn on the stream on YouTube so he can see that I'm talking all the time. I don't know. It's this is annoying. Jimmy, are you following along on our case?
I can't hear Baker. That's what's weird. I can hear the
Not a
court.
problem.
Well, this is skipping out.
Oh, you're just laying down to watch. Okay. Well, still, take care of yourself because you're always so nice to show up and support us. And that's the only way we can do this YouTube thing is to have your nice people around to support us. And that's the good thing about as I talk to. I can't remember if it MG or Shizzy that this little community we have here. It's it's kind of a drama free club where we try to help each other out. So I'm just happy that I can fill the air while the expert touches his phone because he's a bigger boomer than I am apparently.
Now, assuming that on
Now he's touching more buttons.
I did not do that.
Why is he watching the Hunger Games? Hopefully, it's just a
Yeah, the sound works.
suggestion.
It's just not coming to me from Baker. So that's the problem. I have no idea why it doesn't. It's just frustrating on my end, but
well,
it's weird.
Then turn it off because they're not doing anything in court. We're not doing anything. You can just turn it off and leave me here all alone. I'm all alone.
I can't tell.
I'm by myself, all alone. Yeah, now I'm just singing to keep me myself entertained. I'm sorry. Yeah, he could just shut down and restart StreamYard.
The state can provide additional
Because I will still keep
case
it running
law
as long as he
regarding
doesn't
a particular issue on the
shut
statement.
down the
Would
StreamYards.
the court be inclined to entertain listening to it?
Yeah, I am kind of like all by myself. Don't wanna be all by myself.
It's so weird how I can't hear you.
Yeah, well, everything is weird with you. Take the Right Rabbit's phone and put the YouTube channel on that one. Then you can. Yeah, I don't know anything. No, Ramen, all of you are covering your ears and thinking, how did this guy ever get paid to play in a band? Because it's amazing how tone deaf he is.
I'm gonna reload the page. That's how you do it.
Yeah, do that. Now I can do my little dance. I don't know what I'm supposed to fill the time with. Yeah, there's a 15-second delay if he goes on YouTube. I know that, but just so he can hear me and he can say goodbye to me, because the court is just going to argue procedures, so they could just shut it down. Yeah, I used to be. When I was in the Royal Navy band, the only time I've been paid to play music, I used to play the big drum, but we have to sing. So we sung some sea shanties too. So do a little dance, make a little love, get down tonight. Yeah. But it's always fun to talk with you guys.
Still can't hear Baker.
You still can't hear me? Yes. No. Why am I asking? If he can't hear me, he can't hear me.
Yes.
I hear this awful audio from the judge.
Yeah, then shut the judge down, restart StreamYard, or turn on your wife's YouTube.
Baker, I appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you too.
Coming in here, man. I do not appreciate the StreamYard. When they just show up. It's so weird. Now there's no sound. Great. Well, that's probably them. They probably don't want sound.
Well, we didn't get paid that much. It was our mandatory military service, but I was just lucky I could get into playing a band, so I didn't have to do much. Then later I was stupid enough to re-enlist and be deployed.
Love
It
the
tastes
judge
better,
shut it
but
off.
it wasn't as
Jury
fun.
or the
We
courtroom's
didn't
empty
get drunk as much.
at 4 o'clock. Early.
The Fisherman's Friend, that's
What's funny is
like
we could have done those till
Lotigen.
now.
I just love to hear him frustrated talking to the White Rabbit, not knowing that we can hear everything he's saying.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, Baker,
Oh
you
well.
want to tell people where you're going to go next? Even though everybody's like,
Yeah, I'm not gonna go anywhere. I'm going to
Yeah.
go to bed. Anyone want to join me? You hit me up in the DMs. I shouldn't say that because some weirdo lefty lols, stay away. I don't want to have you to bed with me. Stay with Farrell. That's better for you. So, but tomorrow I will be hopefully starting up the Cara Rentala case. A case that's the fourth time they're trying her. 2 times it's a mistrial. Then she got convicted. But because their paint drying expert didn't have the right expertise.
Can't hear you at all.
No. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Baker, if
End
I
the
knew where
stream.
your stream was, I'd send it by to you.
I don't.
Wait, I can find that, can't I? Sure that I
No,
can.
no, no,
No?
no stream tonight. No stream
Oh, no
tonight.
stream?
No, no,
Well,
no.
you guys.
Just kill it.
Wait, hold on,
It's
can you
fine.
not hear
Just
me now?
I'm just hanging out with you. Can you hear me?
Well, fine. That's it. I'm gone. I love you guys. Deuces, all the good stuff. Have a good time. Sorry.